Okay, welcome everybody. Sorry if anybody had to wait. My doctor decides to call at 1 minute to 7. Typical doctor, always on the wrong time. So I'm sorry I'm late. And I say I've got people here waiting, which is great. There's a lot of people here. So let's see, let's get this. I was in the middle setting up my timer when they called me. I had to drop everything because I'm waiting all day long for this phone call. So Melanie's here. Hi, Melanie. Katja's here. Hi, Katja. Nice to see you again. We got Ruru. Hi, Ruru. Oh, thank you. I'm feeling better. I mean, yeah, really hard to say. Melanie says, I just reached out to Tessa via Instagram to make sure everything's okay. Please be kind and patient. Things will get going soon. Thank you so much, Melanie. Yeah, it was a little, it's still wrapping up issues from the hospital stay. Kitty writes, Tessa, I am praying you are feeling better. Thank you, Kitty. They are not exactly sure how to take care of the issues I have. They're trying different things, and they did rule out some things. My heart is fine, which is good news. Still having pulmonary issue, and unless I'm going to grow or lose weight, which is unlikely since I've been like this since I had my first child back in the 70s. I mean, I don't think things are going to, and I know I'm not going to grow. And they say there's not enough room in my lungs for them to expand. So that's why I can't breathe. So I'm not exactly sure how they're going to fix that issue. But I am feeling better. The swelling is out of my legs. They look like legs now. There was an infection in my legs because they had swollen so bad, they skin broke and an infection got in there. So they cleared up the infection. Hi, Amelia. Nice to see you. Melanie says, welcome to the stream, Katja, Ruru, Kitty, and Amelia. Thank you, Melanie, for being so kind. Greg said, well, I thought I was going to be late. How's everyone? I'm so sorry about that. Like I said, the doctor called at 1 minute to 7, and I've been waiting all day for his call because my blood sugars are really out of crazy whack. And I really needed to talk to him. So I'm sorry to hold everything up. I was ready to go, and then he called, which is normal. Okay, let's see. Katja says, fine. Katja says to Greg, is it 12:11 in Ireland? Melanie says to Greg, hello, we're still waiting on Tessa. I checked in on Instagram, but haven't heard from her yet. I hope she's all right. I'm okay, guys. Sorry about that. I knew. And I'm thinking, not everybody's, my first one back, and everybody's now waiting on me, but doctor calls, so not much I could do about it. So Greg says no, 23:12 to Katja. That's 11:12 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 11:12. Katja says, oh. You guys are full of comments today. Holy cow. It's going crazy. Katja says, there we go. Greg says, hello to me. Hello. Hello, Greg. Missed you guys. I really missed all of you. It was hard being, I got to a couple streams and got a few words in, but being in a hospital on a smartphone, and I'm not very smart to begin with, was a smartphone, was quite a difference. Melanie says, yay, there she is. And I never felt so welcomed in my life. It's so great to be back. Christy says, happy to see you. Thank you, Christy. Melanie says, welcome home, Tessa. Thank you. It's nice to be home. Believe me, guys, it's nice to be home. I am so glad to see you all. Master Sango says, hi, everyone. How are you feeling, Tessa? Well, let's put it this way. I have feet now. They're not huge and blown up, and they're not full of infection, which they were when I went into the hospital. I was on a lot of antibiotics trying to get the infection out of my legs. And the breathing issues are still there. Like I said, I'd have to grow and lose weight in order to get rid of them because my lungs can't expand. I'm very small. I'm not even 5 foot, so I'm really tiny, and then I have extra weight. So not sure how we're going to fix that problem. You know, it's a little difficult. As far as breathing right now, I'm breathing fine. My feet, the swelling is gone. They look like legs, thankfully. So right at this moment, I'm feeling pretty good. BA says, hey, you all, working longer days now, grabbing a bite to eat, then probably just relaxing. So glad you're feeling better. Continue prayers for you. Thank you so much, BA. Thank you. And let's see. Kitty says, no ketones, stay away, ketones. I do not believe I had ketones. I did have an incident with high blood sugar. I was talking to my daughter, and I started slurring my words and talking nonsense. And she's like, Mom, you got to get the nurse. And I'm like, I know I'm slurring. I don't know why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I know that's not what we're talking about. She said, Mom, and she kept at me until I finally called the nurse. And the nurse finally says, well, let's check your blood sugar. Because they didn't give me any medicine, so I shouldn't have been, you know, in that state. And sugar was super high, so they have to take your blood and to get the exact amount so they know how much insulin to give you. So I had to have a double dose of insulin at that point, in between regular doses, to bring it down. It had gone so high. So, but as far as I know, but then nobody checked this. I don't think they checked for ketones. So I don't know about that. Amelia says they always call when it is inconvenient to their sixth sense of true talent. Yeah, exactly. I waited all day for that call, and it came exactly 1 minute, so I had to go on. Katja said at Reading, you know I meant 12:11 as in midnight, right? Melanie says, I'm working on making dinner, so I'll be hopping in and out. No worries on running late, Tessa. Your health comes first and foremost, always. I'll tell you guys, have been great. I mean, twice now during a sprint, I had to leave rapidly for the hospital, and you guys stayed with me, talked to me. I mean, I had people offering if they were in my state to take me to the hospital because my daughter was being a little bit her normal self. She didn't really want to do it. She did come, so, you know, she did come. But, yeah, she's kind of problematic sometimes that way. And so I had offers if people lived in New Jersey, they would come and get me immediately and take me. So you guys are really great. Can't ask for a better group. Claudia says to Greg, I was checking because we don't use 24-hour time in North America. So I was wondering if you thought I did. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had. All right, now I got understand this conversation. All right. Claudia says to Tessa, I'm 6'2". So you probably have no problems with your lungs inflating, but I'm only 4 foot 11. So between the little tiny bit of body I have and the extra weight, which is also pressing on my lungs, I have very terrible lung capacity, and that's part of my problem. And I know I'm not going to grow, and I haven't been able to lose weight since I first gained weight in the 70s. So I don't know exactly how we're going to do that. But for the moment, I can breathe. So I'm not going to complain too much. Hi, Shay. She says, hey, guys. Nice to see you, Shay. BA say, did someone say planners, pens, journals, stickers, and pineapples? Or was that just me? This time it was just you. I don't remember anybody saying any of those words. Greg says hi to Shay. Melanie says to BA and Shay, so great to see you both. Katja says to me, yeah, easy breathing, yes. Yes, I'm very, very short, and there's very little space between my waist and upper, lung area, and I'm short-waisted. So not only am I short, but I'm short-waisted. So even having babies was difficult because there's no room in there. And those poor babies had no room to move. And I was very uncomfortable because there's no room for babies in there. Believe me, and 3 of them. And it was very difficult. Shay says, hey, Melanie, how are you? Shay says, that's awesome, Greg. Annuel, there you are. Hello, all. I am so happy to see you. Tessa. Oh, hi, Annuel. I was going to try to come this morning, but that didn't happen. Sorry about that. I was hoping. I was awake this morning, but I had an appointment, so that I have to go to the appointment. Gibber says, hi. Thank God you're okay. I missed you. You should take it easy. Well, thank you, Gibberish. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so much. I'm taking it as easy as I can, and I'm not doing much anyhow, and I'm sitting here. So I'm not doing anything. I'm not exerting myself. Greg says Tessa still features these futuristic headphones. Tell ground control when you're ready to take off. Well, unfortunately, right now, unplugging them and plugging them back in has become an issue. It turns my computer off every time. So it's kind of left them on because I need them to go on another stream. when I go to Charlie Dorse's stream, I have to wear them because there's too much echoing in there. So not much I can do about the headphones at this point. That's what I got, and so that's what I gotta wear. They are a little funky looking, but what can I say? They're wireless, but I can't plug the wireless thing in without disconnecting my computer for some reason. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is, so I just leaving everything alone. Melanie says to Shay, other than uber tired, I'm doing well. About to smash some spaghetti. How are you doing? Shay says, good to see you too, Tessa. So happy you're doing all right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a rough week. Hospitals aren't fun. If they were, everybody'd be killing themselves to get in there, right? I can do without it. I go frequently, unfortunately. It's become a way of life for me. Shay says to Melanie, I'm making it. It's been a crazy past couple of days. Melanie says to Annual, hey, buddy, hope you're doing well. Melanie says to Shay, ain't that the truth? It's got to be that full moon energy or something. It's on Saturday. It says Thursday. My days are all screwed up from being in the hospital. Melanie says to Gibberish, hey there. Shay says, oh, wow, Tessa, I feel that. My grandmother used to say she worried for when I had kids because I'm built so small as well. It was hard. I wasn't overweight then. My first child, I was under 100 pounds. So I was even, I was tiny. So I was still tiny. I'm not even 5 foot. And then, being short-waisted. And it makes the babies look a lot bigger. They look huge because you're so tiny. And they're in there shoving their feet in your rib cage and everything else in there. It's very uncomfortable. I had elbows coming up. All of a sudden an elbow would go across my belly when it moved over. It's like, I mean, I enjoyed being pregnant most of the time. There are a few times when it was a little uncomfortable, but for the most part, I enjoyed being pregnant. That was something I did enjoy. Though I only enjoyed it 3 times. And then I said, no more, thank you, please. Annual says to Melanie, hey, how are you? I am doing well now. I'm glad to hear that, Annual. I noticed you had a few bad days there. Gibber says hi to Melanie. Shay says to Melanie, that explains a lot, I guess. I guess we're talking about the full moon. Melanie says to Annual, I'm doing good. Amelia says, by the way, taking a break from my superhero stories. Trademark law, yuck. Picking up another interest of mine to write with, ancient Egypt. That's cool, and you shouldn't have to worry about trademarks. I know we had a big talk about the trademark problem. So yeah, you should be able to write about that without any problem that I can foresee. BA says to Melanie, so good to see you also. Really hoping to get back into the swing of things. I've just been feeling down the past few weeks. Hope all is going well with you. I'll tell you what, I'm not the only one who's been depressed. It seems to be everybody I talk to. Something is definitely going on. And I don't know if it's just, all of us reacting to the pandemic or whatever, but it seems like everybody is really depressed. I mean, I have bipolar, so I'm always got a problem with depression, but just people that don't normally have depression on a regular basis are having a problem with depression. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it is the moon. I don't know. I know people have been, it seems to be more and more people talking about how depressed they are. Shay says that, yeah, I spent yesterday at 1 and was so exhausted when I got home. I didn't respect all the tests. I'm not sure. SMH isn't, right. I don't know what it is. Been resting all day today. I've been kind of up and running more than I normally am because I had 2 doctor appointments and 1 tomorrow. Melanie says to BA, yeah, I've kind of been in a funk myself. Not sure why. I just can't get over it. I'm getting by, but I'd like to be a little more chipper. Like I said, it seems to be, I've been hearing this from so many people. And I'm like, wow. I mean, for me, it's a way of life, but I've been hearing so much about other people suffering from depression and anxiety, the anxiety that some of them don't normally have full-time. I have full-time anxiety. I'm a mess. Melanie says, oh no, I'm sorry to Shay. Glad you were able to rest. I think I'm still recovering from my visit over the weekend. Yeah, I sent her a message to tell her I'm in the hospital and get a thing back saying she's in the hospital. I'm like, oh my goodness. Greg says to Amelia Ward, what about superheroes in ancient Egypt? It's kind of an interesting thought. Superheroes in ancient Egypt. I mean, they had like the games and everything, and yeah, maybe you could do something with that. It's a thought. Keep in mind, Amelia, I kind of a little bit of a glimmer there. Melanie says, speaking of the pandemic, I got my first shot on Monday morning. I'm so excited to be able to hang out with people this summer and not be afraid. Social anxiety notwithstanding. That social anxiety can take a lot out of you too. I know, I go through it. I don't like to be around people, and I'm an introvert, but I love doing this, and it's so against my normal ways, but this is fun for me. Amelia says, one of my cats is on my mom's lap, and the other one is in line to get on her lap and trying to be passive aggressive his way onto her lap sooner. That's cool. I don't have pets right now, so I miss out a little bit not having them. Oh, SMA, just shake my head. I never would have figured that one out. Katja says to me, shaking out. Another one tell me, thank you. Oh, Shay says, shaking my head. Well, I am not up on all the little abbreviations and things that people use, and sometimes I can figure it out, but sometimes I can't. And that one just wasn't coming. Shay says, you guys were fast. Yeah, you were. Melanie says, right. Amelia says, no, just ancient Egypt, Greg. Although it has supernatural and magical and stuff, and magic and stuff, not quite superhero. Maybe you'll find you like it. Don't knock it till you try it. Give it a try. Maybe you'll find something new that you enjoy. I'm hoping for you. I know you were disappointed the other day with all the, about the trademarks and everything, but something we have to keep in mind, especially when it comes to superheroes. Let's see here. Melanie says low hemoglobin again. Lisa's time was at 5 instead of 4, and I only needed 3 bags for the transfusion instead of 5. Oh my gosh. Less than 1 day's stay instead of 3. Thank goodness. I'm glad it wasn't anything more serious. That's not one, I don't think that's an issue. It's not one of the issues I have. I have enough issues, but I don't think I have that one. Miri says, Miraculous Ladybug is a superhero story with a backstory going back to ancient Egypt. Okay. BA says to Melanie, I would like to be more chipper too. I get my second shot on the 30th. Yeah, see, I'm already done. I got done in February. And my daughter's getting the single shot, the new one that's out, the single shot. She's getting that today, sometime today. And she's getting that one. So I had to have 2 myself, but she managed to make it to get the single shot. I mean, I don't know how much better one is from the other, if at all. So Melanie says to Amelia, I love that. Melanie says to BA, congrats. Melanie says to Amelia, number of cat mom problems. And am I right? Yeah, I miss my cat. Amelia's laughing her ass off. Ruru says, I'll be back in half an hour if you're still on. Hope you're still streaming. Don't jinx me. I just finally got back. Please don't jinx me. I plan to be here, especially in half an hour. I definitely plan to be here. Annual says, so I finally finished my first draft of my crime fiction in my stream this morning. Yay, congratulations. The first time I wrote the end on my story was such an exciting day. The end. I mean, there's numerous stuff that has to be done, but yeah, congratulations. Melanie says, Ruru will be here. Melanie says, annual, that's awesome. Congratulations. Melanie says to me, did you have any side effects from the vaccine? The only problem I have with the vaccine is I couldn't lift my arm higher than that. It hurt. But as long as I kept my arm down and didn't hit it, I didn't have any other problems. Everything else was fine. So I had to go through that twice, the pain in the arm. But it only lasted a few days. It wasn't a big deal. Shay says, super happy for you too, Annuel. Amelia says, I do like things other than superheroes, even though that's all I've talked about here. It is all you've talked about here, actually. Ancient Egypt has always been a fascination, also like Titanic and shipwrecks. Oh my God. I love shipwrecks, and the Titanic especially. I wanted to be an oceanographer when I was younger, and I wanted to be able to explore shipwrecks. Well, guess who's so afraid they can't even put a mask on their face and go scuba diving, let alone explore wrecks. But that was my dream as a child, and I love anything Titanic. So I can understand that for sure. And Yule says, thank you, Melanie and Shay. Melanie says to Amelia Ward, that's why writers write. I think we need a place to put all of those interests into stories. BH says, good to see you. It's so nice to be back, BH, and I thank you for all your well wishes. That was very nice of you. Melanie says, hey, BH, so good to see you. And Yule says, thank you to Tessa. I'm ready for the work to get readable. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've already been there. And now I'm still going through drafts, trying to do the beta reader thing. So haven't quite got that done yet. And losing all that time in a hospital didn't help. And all I could do, I had Google Docs, but my document's not on Google Docs, so that wasn't much help. So I just tried to make little outlines and notes on things I want to do. That's all I could do. BH says hi to Melanie. Shay says very welcome to NUL. Amelia says, yeah, Melanie. Greg says, getting to the topic of writing, I have been procrastinating a lot during the last couple of days. Today, I finally made difficult cuts to my chapter 3. Boy, where'd I learn to talk? Chapter 3. Finishing the chapter is finally in sight. I remember you mentioning the other day that you were going to have to make some cuts to it. I'm sorry to hear that, but I think everybody has to go through that at some time or another. I've got to cut some stuff out of mine already now. I just haven't done it yet. I've been procrastinating too because I don't want to do it. Melanie says, I have a story idea in mind for a historical romance trilogy. Young couples of World War II veterans who passed in shipwrecks, fictional peeps, of course, during the war, meet in present day, and each book is based on a different wreck. Interesting. I'm not into the historical romance stuff, but I like the idea of shipwrecks and stuff. He says, haven't been on receiving because I have too many chores, and also we're expecting more family to live with us. They move in this summer. Well, that can always be hard. Back hurts. Being in bed for 5 days or 6 days or whatever it was, not good for the back. Sorry to hear that. I know it's difficult to have people move in with you. Only I was the mover inner. I moved in on my parents, and then my son moved in with my dad and I after my mom passed. So it was still my dad's house. So he wasn't really moving in with me. He was moving in with my dad and I. It's my dad's house. But yeah, it's hard having family move in, and I don't know how much room you have. It's going to cause a problem there. Amelia says, I'm thinking about going into marine archaeology. When I get a job and some money, I'll try out scuba diving and see where it goes. Yeah, because when I was younger, I never thought about what scuba diving really was. And so I had all these dreams about being an oceanographer and really wanted to get into the shipwrecks and all that stuff. And then I got older and I realized that I'm terrified of being underwater. I was terrified of putting my face in the water and then putting the mask over my face. Too claustrophobic. So that kind of went all downhill from there. Melanie says to Amelia, that is so fascinating. Yeah, I think it would be great. Melanie says to Greg, that is awesome. Best of luck. Amelia smiles. BH says, Amelia, yes, we should start a writer and scientist club. Amelia laughing my ass off. Yeah. Melanie says most of the trilogy will take place in present day. The historical part will come into play with flashbacks as the couples discover more about their grandparents. Sounds kind of fascinating. Good luck with that. Intricate. A lot of intricacies to take place there. Amelia says, I quite like historical romance, but everything I write drifts to supernatural. Oh, oh my gosh, I hit the end of the comments. I didn't think I was ever going to hit the end of the comments. Wow. I have so much to do because I couldn't do anything while I was in the hospital. Lily backed up. Melanie says I have to step away for a few moments, but might it be time to head into sprint? Yeah, I'm going now since we got to the end of all the comments now. So yes, correct. We're going to do a sprint. Okay, let's see. Let me find the timer. I did open it already. That's right. Add it to the stream. 25 minutes. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. We will see you in 24 minutes. Hi, Monique. Nice to see you. Okay, we're just sprinting now. This is the first one. Everybody was welcoming back, so it took a while. So you're not missing too much yet. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm back and I am trying to catch up on my story. It has so far behind now, it isn't funny, but it will be. This is book 3. I know I still have to finish book 1. I'm still putting that off. But book 3 is what I'm currently writing in the prompts and on my blog, and I like to keep my blog up to date. I usually post something every day. So that's what I'm working on. And I know we had a few people arrive while I was gone. Let's see. All right, I was here. You guys, let me know how you did. I'll read some of these messages. Amelia says, my story, the idea takes the religion of magic in ancient Egypt and makes it more real. My main character is a prince who is one of the few that is allowed to learn magic, have a whole plan for his backstory. That sounds fascinating. Amir said, Laura's prompt gave me the whole idea for this, which would involve my character coming back to life in modern times while another character is hiding from museum guards in his sarcophagus. I remember that prompt very well. Actually, I think I wrote something for that one that night, too. I know you did. Pretty sure you did. And some of her prompts are almost like the story in a prompt. And so, yeah, I can see you getting a great idea from some of those prompts and actually coming up with a story. So that's really great. I'm glad you were able to use them. Lizzie says, hey, happy out of the hospital. Yeah, thank you. I am happy to be out of the hospital for sure. Lizzie says, good news about yesterday. I finished my book. 90,637 words, baby. Congratulations, Lizzie. That's wonderful news. Great job. Great job. And that's a lot of words. For me, that's almost 2 full books. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. I guess it jumped. All right, get back here. Figure out where I'm at. Lizzie says, now I need to find a way to put the words on a word count tracker since I didn't track how I wrote this time until the end. I need to make it look like that I actually wrote in February. Who's going to know? You can tell them anything you want. And Amelia says, woo. Lizzie says, I wrote 11K yesterday, but my word count tracker will sadly only say 752 because the only way I know how to split it up is by chapter. Amelia says she'll be back in a bit. Lizzie says 46 chapters in 46 days. Spoiler, I only wrote 4.5 chapters until a spring break cram session. Oh, Lizzie, you're funny. Melanie says, I'm actually going to head out early on my down. I'm exhausted from not sleeping well last night. Happy writing, everybody. Thanks for everything, Melanie. If you're still here and haven't already left, I don't know when you left. He says, bye. As he says, or maybe I'll just put 90,637 words on my word count tracker for one day and call it tracked. You probably break the tracker. Master Sango says to Melanie, take care. Courtney's here. Hi, Courtney. Hello, friends. Nice to see you, Courtney. Lizzie says, hey, Courtney. Lizzie says, made. Is that a tracking page in Bujo? Counting time. I'm going to say tracking. I might be off, but that's what I'm going to say. Dee Dee says, hi all. Hi, Dee Dee. Nice to see you. Greg says, I can finally say the zero draft of chapter 3 is done. Now I just want to polish it before sending it to the proofreader. I hear you there. Good job. Lizzie says, tracked. Makeup work all the way to February 15th. One more month to go. Lizzie says, I hate cheating on my word count trackers. I will never get this behind again. Cheaters never win, Lizzie. Cheaters never win. Somewhere along the line, that's going to trip you up. Lizzie says, I'm going to start a new book after this. My camp out romance. I have zero plans for it. I just want to get the first chapter down for fun. Sounds like fun. Lizzie says, I found out that you can't use Disney plays in your books if indie publishing. So I'll edit another book instead for Camp Nano until I find out how to change the play's origin. Yeah, Disney's another one you got to watch out for trademarks. Marvel, Disney. What's the other one? Well, of course, any of the militaries, they're all trademarked. Because I found that out when I tried to write my memoir about the military, the Marine Corps. I had to make it military generic. Couldn't make it Marine Corps. That was a definite no. There's a lot of those big things you got to be really careful. Greg says, I don't even want to look at the word count anymore since I had to cut almost 900 words from my chapter. I know some of my chapters are super, super long, and I just don't see how I can cut it out anymore. And then I've got some that aren't even a full page. Like they're half a page. And it's like, how do I do this? I mean, like I know some people make their chapters like equal. I don't know how they do it because mine just aren't equal. And some of them are super, super long. Some are super, super short. So I don't know. Courtney says, I missed you. Glad you're feeling better. Oh, gosh. Courtney, I missed you guys so much. I am so glad to be back. And thank you so much. Lizzie says, tracking, darn. I had to guess at that, but I finally figured out I had to be tracking. I don't know, Lizzie. You made that word up. I don't know what it means. Cheaters never win. I'm still stressed from all that writing I had to do in a few days. Yeah, cheaters never win. And, you crammed a lot into a few days. So, I mean, I don't know how many words you wrote per day. I can only imagine to get that much written. Lizzie says, I used Beauty and the Beast in that book, and I made each character represent the Disney characters and be them in the play. So either I have to contact Disney or make up my own trademark. Yeah, be very, very careful, Lizzie. Too many people are getting stuck right now. That's why Amelia's so upset, because she wanted to use a lot of superheroes that are real superheroes. And Marvel would have a fit and a half. So that's why she's a little bummed out. So yeah, please be careful with trademarks, because you don't want to end up getting them on the wrong side. They can sue you. Lizzie says, I can make a fictional fairy tale line with its own version of Beauty and the Beast, and they can do that. I would suggest that, to be on the safe side. Okay. Caught up on comments, almost. Hi, Charlie. How are you? My stream is full of love today for me. It's nice to be back. I know so many people care. I have so much writing to do. I really got backed up, and I hate Google Docs, but I think I might have to just switch over to Google Docs. So the next time something happens, because granted, it's bound to happen again, I will have my document with me in Google Docs on my phone. So if I want to work on it, I can. So I hate the thought of putting it in Google Docs and working on there, but I don't see how I can get around it. Because I won't be able to use, well, I don't even know if I'm going to get Word. Because I'm waiting to move, and I don't have the capability to pay for, to pay for it. I mean, if they take it out in April, which is my next year, sign up, then I'll have a year before I lose it. But it's just like what happened, and I couldn't do anything. I used Google Docs to try and outline, which I'm not very good at, and take notes, on the two newest stories. But that couldn't work on my documents, which I should be working on. I'm not yet, but I should be. So, Master Sango says, hi, Charlie. Charlie says, I'm going to try to get some words in. I thought I would say hey. And, well, I'm glad to see you. We'll be doing another sprint here very soon. Lizzie says, I was thinking of making my own fairy tale trademark anyway with a fake version of Beauty and the Beast, since that isn't trademark. I think it can work. Not sure. Not a trademark lawyer. Can't help you. Reggings, I hear the word trademark used a lot. Think people mean copyright. Trademark is used to protect the use of a specific name for a product or company. Trademark is, she's talking about most likely trademark. Just like with the Marvel characters, they're trademarked. Just like the USMC, it's trademarked, not copyrighted. Trademark. She wants to use the word Beauty and the Beast. That's a trademark. Copyright is our written words. Things like that is copyrighted. If I tried to steal your book, I'm violating copyright laws. Charlie says, hey, to Master Sango. Lizzie says to Greg, yeah, copyright is the right word. No, trademark. Copy is when you copy the words of somebody else. Trademark is names of plays, TV shows, characters, the U.S. military, each individual section, like U.S. Marine Corps. They're all trademarks. They're not copyrights. Rebecca says you can rewrite the story as long as it's not too similar to the Disney version. Oh, wait a minute. Missed one. Jumped. Beauty and the Beast was originally published in 1756 and is in the public domain. Oh, there you go. Disney only owns the copyright to their specific version. Well, that's good to know. I didn't realize it was that old. Well, there you go, Lizzie. So as long as you don't copy Disney's copyright, then you should be able, once it's in the public domain, you should be able to use the story. You just have to make it dissimilar to Disney, to Disney's copy. Don't make it the same as Disney. Okay. Greg says Disney is very aggressive in defending their copyright. Same with the military. The same with Marvel Comics. And there was another one, too, and I can't remember the name of it. We were having a big discussion about it the other day. Greg says hello to Charlie. Lizzie says, which means I can't use the name Belle anymore. Exactly. No Belle. Or any of their names. I don't know what their names are. You don't use any of their names. You can make up a similar story, but use different names for sure. La Monique is still cooking dinner, but combo is so interesting. Very good. Lizzie says there's a Mrs. Potts and a candlestick and all of them in my book. So I need to give those characters new roles. Yeah, I know those big companies can be really sticky when it comes to copyright. Man. Charlie says, hey to Greg. Try up. I said that already. Try this again. Greg says you can use Belle. That's the original story from 1756. But if Disney's using Belle, then wouldn't that supersede or whatever? Probably got that word wrong. Wouldn't that preclude her from using it because it's in the Disney version? And she can't copy the Disney version if Belle is in the Disney version? Or, I don't know. I'm not really good with trademark law. But the fact that it's in the public domain and anybody and everybody could use Belle, not just Disney. Maybe that's what you're saying. I get you. Charlie says to Lizzie, as long as they aren't the Disney names, you will be fine. No, there, we're back to that again. As long as they're not the Disney names. So you got to make up names. Got to make up some names. Lizzie says, Charlie Dorset, good to know. I'll change the names. Good idea. That should solve most of your problems. Monique says most of the Disney's princess stories are basically retelling themselves, in my opinion. I found out they based them off real people. Probably safe to make your own versions. Good idea. Charlie says only if Disney got a trademark, they will have to something with the trademark or R in the circle. Right. I have seen that. But I know I had a problem with writing my memoirs because I wanted to use U.S. Marine Corps and a lot of the sayings and stuff that they're well known for. Every bit of that is over 600 USMC sayings, names, etc. are trademarked. And I had to make it a generic. I had to just simply say military. And the base was in North Carolina. I couldn't say where. Well, I put the town in there. I figured nobody can stop me from saying the town. The town exists. The town's not copyrighted. I didn't specifically give the name of the base, so I don't think I overdid it. I don't know. A trademark is really complicated. Lizzie says, Mrs. Potts, Mrs. Tea Time. Charlie says, says Mark. Lizzie says, Gaston, Mr. Hot Guy. You could try to make them similar, just don't make them the same. Monique Mag says, tornado threats in my area. May have to seek shelter and watch news. We'll check back in later. Hope you're safe. It's a scary threat. We aren't really set for anything like that. We don't have shelters or anything. And I'm on the sixth floor of a tall building. I mean, the building, I guess, is made a little stronger than a house, but still pretty strong. Charlie says if they don't have a mark, they are not using the mark. I don't think they put that mark on everything that is encompassed by a trademark, because you don't see it that often. I know there's so many things that are trademarked, but I don't know a lot about trademarks, so I wouldn't take my advice. Ruru says, hi. Hi, Ruru. Courtney says, be safe, Monique. We had a warning here last week. Charlie says, for my Princess Rescue Squad books, I went back to the original stories and used names from there. So I'm assuming that's the names that are in public domain. As he says, some characters will need to be cut anyway, so I don't have to worry about those roles. Yeah, only the ones you're keeping, obviously. Lizzie says, Camp NaNoWriMo, making my own version of Beauty and the Beast with my own fairy tale characters. Sounds like a great idea. Lizzie says, I don't think Disney will allow my permission unless I pay up. No, I wouldn't be, yeah. Money. It's all about the money. Definitely all about the money. Courtney says to Charlie, Princess Rescue Squad, I'm intrigued. Are they published? Charlie says a trademark has to be clearly labeled or they are not holding the mark. Really? I don't remember when I was writing that, seeing that mark on all that stuff, but they claim on the web page that I had been on that stuff was trademarked. But you know, it was weird when I went back just a few months ago. Someone wrote to me because they read my memoirs and they wanted to write about their time in the in the military, and I told them to be very careful about the trademarks. But would you know, when I went back to find those pages, I couldn't find all of them. Maybe they didn't know, and they took the pages down. And then they put up a generic page that just says the USMC holds 600 trademarked names and slogans, etc., that you cannot use. And then maybe that's what happened there, because I couldn't find any of those websites. And I had to change my whole story because it said I couldn't use them. Lizzie says, you all are going to help. I can't do this alone without more creative brains. Well, that's what we're here for, to help brainstorm. Lizzie says this won't be self-published in 2023 at the earliest. Have a lot of time to work on it. And don't wait till the last 3 days and brainstorm yourself to death. Charlie says to Courtney, not yet. I have shared them with a few people, but they are not public yet. Got it. Ruru says there are some old tales you can use as long as it isn't the Disney version. Okay, yeah. Greg said the same thing. Dee Dee says, I'm in a bad weather area too, and I'm going to need to get off of here. I'm glad you're doing well, Tessa. Thanks for checking back, Dee Dee. I'm doing a lot better. And yes, please take care of yourself. Get to a safe place if you have to. We had our storms yesterday, and tomorrow they're coming. They're coming. I don't know whether it's in the middle of the night or we're getting bad weather too. I don't know when. I didn't check the time. Lizzie says, thanks for the help, everyone. You're welcome, Lizzie. Everyone's usually pretty helpful. Lizzie says, oh, I won't cram the planning this time. I will actually put the work into this at the right time. Good job. Charlie says to Courtney, it is basically, what if the fairy tale princesses were a mission impossible time super team saving others from curses and the like. Some people have some interesting imagination. Not me. I write bland, old, boring, contemporary stuff. Christy says, Neil Gaiman wrote an amazing version of Snow White. No Disney in that one. Cool. Thank you, Christy. I got the hiccups. Excuse me. Okay. I think it's about time for another sprint. That was a ton of chat. Charlie says time should be tight. I have too many thoughts in my head. Understand that. No problem there. We all do. Too much going on in our heads at the same time. I mean, I usually have 2 or 3 or 4 or more stories running through my head at one time, plus all the short stories and stuff that I'm writing. There's always crap in my mind. I don't concentrate on one thing at a time. All right, let me get the timer set. for another 25 minutes. Oh, reset. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It disappeared on me. I couldn't push it. Courtney loves that. Charlie, very fascinated. I'll keep my eyes out for the day it goes public. That sounds like my kind of read. Lizzie says I'm in the lame contemporary game. I don't think my idea is lame. I didn't think my idea was lame either, but when I had to change the whole thing and make it something else, I was a little bit upset about that. Because I had a whole thing based on something, and it was a very common Marine Corps slang phrase. And when I looked it up, it said, absolutely, positively, you cannot use this without permission. I'm like, whoa, there goes my story. I had to change my story. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not what I originally wanted to write. But I'm a contemporary type person. I don't write in the future. I don't write in the past. Contemporary. All right. I will see you guys in 23 minutes. Okay, everyone. Let me know how you did. I finished a blog post. I'm way behind, but this is the continuation of the prompt story for book number 3. It's 3 words every day, have nothing to do with each other, yet you have to make a story out of them. And then Fridays, you use all 21 words for the week in another story. So I've been using these to write my book. Now, some of these stuff will change when I do the actual writing, but for now, they're being led by the prompts. And so far, this is the 3rd book I've done this way. And yes, they need a lot of work, but they're not complete. But I'm having a lot of fun, and they are pretty interesting what you can come up with when you try. And for someone who has a hard time getting ideas, trying to make a story out of 3 completely different words can sometimes bring on a story, which in this case, it did. I'm on part 20-something for this one. I did up to 40-something on the other one that I just did before this. So yeah. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, we did this one. Okay, here we go. Lizzie says better to change the story than no story at all. Lulu says the princes are in the public domain, but you can't use Disney's versions. Okay. Greg says, I'm not sure why you shouldn't be allowed to use the name that the U.S. military owns as long as you write nonfiction and really talk about your past. Cannot use those names in fictitious stories. Well, like I said, I am not really strong with trademark law. I only know what I found on the sites, which I cannot find anymore. I'm not changing the story now. It's written, and it'll just have to stay. But it was very specific that you could not use it, whether it was nonfiction or not. Nobody could use it for any reason without their permission. I wasn't about to write and ask for permission. I think there was even a form on one of those websites to ask permission. And I just didn't want to get involved in all that. Ruru says, yeah, that's weird. The romance authors do it all the time. Now, I'd be the lucky person to get caught. You know how it is? Okay. That's the way my life runs. Lizzie says, finally done with tracking. Well, there you go. Good job. Mia says, hello, I'm back. Hi. Jenna is here. Hello, hello, hello. Monique says, tornado threat has passed. I'm going to eat dinner and check back in later. Okay. See you later. Monique says, hi to Jenna. Amelia says, oh, apparently I'm under severe thunderstorm warning. That would certainly explain the loud thunder. Yeah. We're having supposedly a storm right now, too, but it's no thunder. Well, of course, I have headphones on. I can't hear anything. I'm deaf to begin with, and you put headphones on me, it blocks out the rest of the noise. I don't have to listen to my neighbors this way. And Mary says, laugh out loud, and now I think I understand still my heart, or something like that. Maybe I still got that wrong. I don't know. Lizzie says, some tracking is now on the nano site. Cool. Jenna says, tornado? Nope. Just nope. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about them myself. I'm on the 6th floor. I mean, you know, it's like, could be good, could be bad. I'm not really sure. Hey, HK. Hi, Tessa. Hi, guys. Happy to see you looking better, Tessa. Thank you so much, HK. You guys were so nice to me, writing and giving me support while I was stuck in the hospital. I really appreciate it. I tried to come to some of the streams. Some of them I managed to get to. It was a little hard. I'm not really great with a smartphone, and trying to maneuver around in it, and finding how to get to the streams was hard, unless they happen to come up with the first thing comes up. It's hard for me to get around. But I appreciate you guys being there, and all the well wishes as well. Ruru says they changed it to Nano Finish Mo. Nano Finish Mo. Oh, gosh. Leah says, just say no. The tornado legally cannot destroy your house if you don't give it permission. I don't know where you saw that particular law, but I'm pretty sure you're wrong about that one. Jenna writes, if only. I agree. Amelia's smiling or laughing or something. Lizzie says, I'm glad I found this out before writing the second draft. It would be painful to be several drafts in and find out I'm breaking the law. Exactly. Jenna says, what do romance authors do? Grace says, hi to Jenna. Mia says, yeah, I was figuring out my story more when I found out about superhero trademarks. It's insane, and I'm taking a break from it. I would. Give it a rest, come back to it fresh. Jenna says, hey, Greg. Ruru says, write about the military. Oh, boy. I wrote about the military. Talk about grief. And all the trademarks. And now all that stuff is not as visible, whereas they spelled it out in the first websites, exactly what you couldn't use. Now it just says the USMC holds 600 trademark items, but it doesn't tell you what they are. Makes it really hard not to know what to use when they're not even going to list them somewhere. The first website listed them, and I guess for some reason, whatever reason, they don't have to anymore, or they're not the same, or they're not whatever. I don't know. Oh, I did that one already. Jenna says, yeah, that's true. Amelia's laughing her ass off and shaking her head. Jenna says, I'm sure it's all fictional. What is all fictional? Lizzie says, I want to use the Disney one so bad, but I have to do what I have to do. The whole foundation of this book is literally off of Disney's Beauty and the Beast. Gibberish says, may or may not have just woke up. May or may not. That's pretty bad if you can't figure that out. Of course, I've been in the fall asleep in the middle of a stream, so who am I to talk? Says, a military men make great heroes, and men you need to probably fix most of the time. Go, guess what? Mine was a military man, and you know how much of a hero he was. Or should I say zero? Holy cow. Ruru says, oh yeah, that might be why, because she's writing an autobiography. If you're talking about me, yes, I was writing an autobiography about our time in the U.S. Marine Corps. And I was using, the title was a very common term, slang no, it was more of a term. It wasn't a term. Um, a saying, a very common saying in the Marine Corps. And then I wrote my first chapter based on all that. And then as I started getting further in, I went to, for something told me to look that slang phrase up, and a big thing pops up like, you can't use this, whatever you do, this is trademarked by the USMC, do not use this. And then I started looking into further trademarks of the USMC, and I'm like, shit, I can't write any of this. And I wasn't about to ask permission. I just changed my story to generic military. So if you want to read my romance story, it's on my blog. And it's going to be edited, but right now it's on there the way I wrote it. I'm going to have editing done on it though, to maybe fix some parts of it. I don't know how much it needs. I don't know how bad I am at writing. Might need a lot of editing for all I know. But I'm having it edited. And that was my life for 4 years. Probably the best out of my married life. The best 4 years out of my married life. My married life sucked. So that was near the beginning, and things weren't quite so bad yet. So it's kind of got some funny parts in it, and a little humorous, and that kind of thing. So Ruru says, I don't remember what the base fairy tale for Beauty and the Beast was. Yeah, I was never into fairy tales, couldn't tell you. BH says, I'm going, but I'm glad I've been here. Take care, Tessa. Thank you, BH. I'm sorry you have to leave. Hope to see you soon. Jenna says, I'm going with may not. And laugh out loud. May not. What did you say the first time? Oh, they make great heroes. Some of them. Mine makes a grade 0. Lizzie says, that diss though, Tessa, we love you. I love you guys. You guys have been so great. So supportive. Couldn't have asked for any better group. I mean, how many people to say their live streaming group actually, stays with them until they go to the hospital, make sure everything's okay. I mean, really. You guys are great. Courtney says, I got 515 on that last sprint and spent half of it trying to think of a name for one of my main characters. That's really good. 515 plus spending time trying to think of a name. Good job. Jenna says, I read in romance novels where fake men exist. They're great alpha males. Yeah, in romance novels. The fake men. They're always fantastic men in the romance novels. Not in real life. Manny says, Beauty and the Beast is the original fairy tale in the movie Disney was based off of, published in 1740. Am I talking about that? Well, let me see. I have to go out, so I can't get links on there. Let's see. Am I talking about? Well, this wasn't the page I was on now. Page I was on specifically said how many trademarks that they have. No, this is a lot more things they trademarked. Slang, they had some of the wording they used, their name, USMC, US Marine Corps, things like that. They had 600 things, though they took the listing off. But before, it was an actual list with everything that was trademarked on it. And I'm like, there's nothing on here. You can't use base names. Can't use the USMC. You cannot use US Marine Corps, United States Marine Corps. You can use any of that stuff. But this is not the one I'm talking about now. It actually states that there are 16 trademarked, whatever you want to call them. It was a Marine Corps page. It wasn't, this is general, this is everybody. It was a specific page for the Marine Corps. But they changed everything, because everything I went to and looked up before, I couldn't find anything. I'm like, what happened here? It disappeared. Something happened. They changed something. I know the SEALs can't be used. But this was everything else. The thing I wanted to use was, if the Marine Corps wanted you to have a wife, they would have issued you one. And I was actually told that when we showed up, when he signed in, when he showed up with me, they're like, who the hell is that? And he said, that's my wife, sir. And they said, well, if the Marine Corps wanted you to have a wife, we would have issued you one. I'm like, holy shit, I've heard that term before, but I never really expected to hear it used. So I was going to use that as part of the title of my story, and that's what I was going to start with. But then when I looked it up, there was a big page of all, that and all the things that you cannot use, including all those slang terms that people throw around. And now that list is gone, so I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means it can be used now or not, but it's already changed. I'm not redoing the story. I just went a different route with it. It's called government property now. Government property, a memoir of a military wife. So, but no, that's not the page. All right, I gotta get back to where I was. Yeah, it's one thing. I can put links in here, but I can't read the links in here. Won't let me read the links in here. Click on the links in here. Greg says there's trademarks are there to prevent people from impersonating the departments. You can use them in stories. And they're not the trademarks I'm talking about. Or in nonfiction. Well, it was that document that was there was very specific. And you couldn't use base names in anything. They were very specific. I don't know what happened to that page. Something obviously changed. I guess it took all those pages down. I know those trademarks there are for the SEALs, but there are 600 trademarked items in the United States Marine Corps alone. The last page I found on the trademarks, when I tried to find it, that was the last thing. And it did not go into specifics. It didn't tell you exactly what they were. It did talk about the SEALs and how you could get, permission to use them, but that wasn't what I was looking for, and that definitely wasn't what it said. So something's changed. Oop. I think I hit the wrong thing. Lizzie says, I never come here to write. I only come here to have fun with all of you. No, Lizzie, you're so funny. Jenna says, but in real life, you would throw them out of the window. Yeah, if you're talking about the men, yeah. Especially the one I had. Funky side, late to the party. Yeah, you are. Quite late. We've been going since 7 o'clock, 2 hours ago. Greg says to Amelia, no, both graphics and names Each military service has a trademark licensing program. Office manages its many trademarks with graphics and word marks. Jenna says, funky! Ruru says, yeah, some trademarks are for use in the same field but can be used in books or in another genre. All I know is they put the fear of God in me, and I'm like, I am not even going to try this one. I don't want to take on the U.S. Marine Corps. Funky Size says, oh, Jenna. Amelia says, either way, probably better to play it safe unless you talk with a lawyer. Yeah, and I don't know any lawyers, so I was kind of at a standstill there, so I just backed myself on out. Funky says, this is relevant to my book. What are we talking about? We are talking about trademarks and whether or not you can use them in fiction. Can't answer, can you use them in fiction? I'm not a trademark lawyer. I see trademark and I like run the other way. So my very first one, I wrote the memoir, and I totally changed it to generic because I ran up against the United States Marine Corps trademark office, and I'm like, I don't think so. So I don't know if you can. I don't know what the thing is. Those sites have come down. So I don't know if laws changed or what. I'm not really sure. Oh, I see why you're talking about it being your whole third act takes place at Marine Corps, yeah, Depot, Paris Island. A lot of things, including Paris Island, were trademarked. They were on a long list. All the bases, base names, all slang phrases were on a trademark list. Now, I can't find the list. The closest thing I came to it was a page that says this, the Marine Corps has 600 trademarked items that you cannot use. But it does not list them. No matter how hard I tried, I can't find the list that I found the first time. So I don't know. Maybe that link that Greg just put in there might be a place to inquire general terms. If you can, I don't know specifically. I know I did not use anything. I did not use anything. There was no names, no mention in the U.S. Marine Corps. None of the slang phrases I was using. We were in the military. I knew a lot of them. None of the, base names. All I said was the base in North Carolina, and he was in the military. I changed my whole story around. Just made it general. Government property. The memoir of a military wife. I didn't want to take on USMC. So you may or may not, depending on your feelings, inquire of somebody at that office that Greg put in that link. I don't know how far up it is. You might be able to see it still. And inquire. But when I first wrote my thing, it was very, very spelled out what you could and couldn't use. And that covered just about everything. I'm like, there's nothing here. And it just wiped my whole story out. I can't find it now. I don't know what happened. They may have changed some of the laws. I don't know. Ruru says, yep, like if you were writing a fantasy, you could use that name for your character. But since it was a superhero story, you couldn't, which is so obnoxious. Ruru says, I think it was because of the comics. That main concern they had was it being Marvel comics. Big big name. Don't want to mess with them. Maya says, Sprint trademark law is upsetting. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about trademark law. Greg said, maybe the page was poorly written. That's why it was removed. What you are implying is that shows like House of Cards or The West Wing couldn't exist. You can use those names. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a trademark lawyer. I don't know a lot about them. I know what I found on that page, and it was pretty explicit. The page is not there now, so that makes me wonder. But it does say 600 items in the USMC are trademark. So it doesn't spell them out. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. And I'm not going to give you permission to go ahead or tell you not to do it. It's not my job to tell you what to do. That's my feelings. I did not want to get into a war with the USMC. Sorry. It scared me off. If that's all it was meant to do, it worked. Lizzie says to Amelia, we're in this together. Funky Sai says, well, I guess I'll find out. Yeah, I don't know if they have, how they even find out about all that stuff. I mean, I don't know, how they find out about infractions of the rules. I really couldn't tell you. No one wasn't about to find out. Funky Sai says, granted, mine is alternate world. Paris Island. That might help someone. Lucy says, hello, everyone. Hello, Lucy. How are you tonight? Jenna says, hi, Lucy. Lucy says hi to Jenna. We're almost the end of the comments. Annual says, I'm not sure how long ago you started that memoir. Doesn't seem to be a trademark anymore. That's the thing. When I wrote it, it was. Now I can't find it. If you're writing about your experience for your husband, wife, son, or daughter, it's encouraged. Yeah, I don't know. And I rewrote it because of that page. And it wasn't the only page. I mean, everywhere I went, there were pages on that stuff that you could not use it. All that's gone. It's all gone. Just one single page that says 600 items are trademarked. Don't tell you anything about it. So except the logos. You can't use the logos, seals, and all that stuff. So I really don't know. But it's been a couple of years now. It's definitely not there because I went to find the pages to help somebody else out, and it was gone. Lucy says, I'm doing well, but I got even better from being here. Well, that's very sweet of you to say. Thank you. Lizzie says, I finally finished all the tracking on the nanosite. I'll do the Millwordy one later. Oh, I gave up on Millwordy. I don't even count what I'm doing now, so. Lizzie says, now I get my 11 rewards. Okay, let's get a sprint started before you guys start talking again. I don't even know what sprint we're on. 4 or 5. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, I will see you all in 24 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I was looking for the next prompt to add to the current prompt, and I got stuck reading something. So I didn't get anything written at all that time. So how did everybody do? It looks like Greg's been busy. Let's see. So Jenna wanted to know what rewards Lizzie was talking about. Lizzie says, Nana rewarded me 11 badges. My 12th reward is a shower. There you go. Smiling. Lizzie says, be right back. Amelia says, currently having a great time looking up ancient Egyptian names. Now that would be cool, wouldn't it? Amelia says, it's strange because I'm finding perfect names so fast. Normally this process is a headache because I can never find the perfect one. Great. Lizzie says to Amelia, I feel that so much. Lizzie says, oof, I haven't taken a shower yet. I was wondering. Lucy says to Amelia, that is personally the gift and curse of creating characters. You get to look at names, and then I end up adding so much characters, so much characters, so that I can use all the names. Well, that could be a problem too. Greg says, I am doing more research. I may have found the page Tessa's talking about. It mentions the 600 trademarks. Now, let me go see. Hold on, I got to go out of here to the actual page since I can't click on links. Let's see if this is it. That's the page. Yep. Yep. And it was the only page really I could find about it. I'm like, and it doesn't go into detail. That's the page. You do really good, Greg. Good job. Mia says, I'm naming a character Amikyu, and it means a young man's title, which is perfect because he's the character is the youngest brother. Greg says, oh, again, the license is only needed when applying the U.S. military is approving of your products and the like. You can absolutely use their name in fiction. At most, you may have to include a disclaimer. Well, as I said, that's a completely different page than what I originally came across. It specifically spelled out everything you could not use. And it was very spelled out as to what you couldn't use. So I'm not sure what happened there. But I'm not changing the story now. It's written. It's done. I'm done. But thanks for verifying that I wasn't totally going crazy. Greg says, Q, I'm making a film where I will use authentic USMC uniforms. Do I need permission? Answer. While authentic uniforms may be worn in theatrical productions, the USMC would require permission before its trademarks are used to promote such a production, or if merchandise and other uses of USMC trademarks were contemplated in support of or associated with the production. I know my daughter bought a bunch of t-shirts for the graduation of my grandson. I've got the t-shirt. I never made a graduation. Of course, I went into the hospital again. I was going to go to his graduation. I was really upset. I didn't even get a chance to go. I went to my ex-husband's 40 years ago, and now there was my well, it's 44 now because he's out now. But this was his graduation from boot camp, and I wanted to go so bad, but I couldn't go. My daughter had bought a shirt saying, you know, proud grandmother of a USMC, blah, 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 blah. But from what I understand is you have to make sure when somebody's selling that stuff that they have permission to use those trademarks. That was one thing that was expressed in one of the things, that you can sell items only if they are approved by the USMC. Lucy says to Greg, that is fascinating. Good to know for my own reference. La Monique is back. Welcome back. Greg says you are welcome to Lucy. Jenna, Jenna says, ew, 356 words. I should have read it the other way around. I was backwards, but 356 words. I know you can do better than that. Gibberish got a little reading done. Excuse me. Oh, now I'm burping. HK says, thanks to the spring, guys. Good night. Excuse me. Good night. I hope you have a nice night, and thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Gibberish says to Jenna, it's better than nothing. Small progress is still progress. Exactly. Funky Side says good night to HK. Darkwood, and we'll see you soon. Funky says to Jenna, oh, don't ooh your own words. Jenna says, I think that's too few. Hey, look, I just admitted I wrote nothing. I was sitting there reading and eating. Didn't mention that part. Reading and eating. My sugar is like sky high. Doesn't come down in a few hours. I'm going to have to give myself a shot. I finally got some for situations like this. I didn't have any on hand, and they kept saying, you got to take a shot and bring it down. I said, I don't have anything. All I have is this pump, and the pump isn't working. You know? So I'll have to watch it and see if it comes down on its own, or if this pump isn't working right. I don't know what to do. Funky Sai says, oh, snap. It's La Monique. Uh-oh. What did it do? Man, you guys are running up a storm. Funky says, stop swearing, La Monique. Monique says, I'm working on editing and adding scenes to book 2 in my series. Funky says, I know you're excited, but still. And then he sticks his tongue out. Monique says, no, I made typos and retracted my own message. You know, I retracted a message last night and it didn't retract. It said it was retracted, but when she was reading, it was there. I'm like, how'd that get there? I retracted that because I made a mistake and somehow printed it twice. Don't ask me how I did it. Don't know. Jenna says, you're pretty too, La Monique. Well, that was a very nice thing to say. Amina says, I'm such a jerk, but I'm going to name the older brother Khaldun, which means eternal. He dies in the first act. Oh, gee. Jenna says, I ate dinner and chatted with the family, too. Monique says, I bought 2 editing books from Barnes & Nobles today. The Best Punctuation Book, Period, and English Grammar and Usage by McGraw-Hill. I just got my new Emotions Thesaurus today with all the extra emotions in it. I haven't had a chance. Well, it came in sometime. I take that back. It came in sometime I was in the hospital. I don't know how long it's been here. I think it was supposed to come in a couple of days ago. My neighbor was bringing my mail, well, not my mail, but my packages in for me. Greg says, just to be clear, you can use their trademarks for your products. You can promote your products. You cannot use their trademarks to promote your products unless you have their permission. Right. I think that was what I was trying to say. The t-shirts were made with USMC, whatever, on there, you know, grandmother of a USMC or United States Marine Corps graduate. I don't know if it was on the t-shirt, but they said that make sure you buy from a company that has permission to do that, because they're obviously promoting their own products. Where am I? Okay, here. All right. Monique says, I'm good on the developmental editing, big picture stuff, but need help with the line editing. Author Monique asks, what's your sugar level? 386. Not a good number. Funky says, push your glasses up to Monique. Amelia says, so no pictures of the uniforms in the film's marketing material. Monique says to Jenna, oh, that's sweet of you. Thank you. Monique says, what? Funky said? Laugh out loud. Monique, thank you, Jenna. Right back at you. Funky says, those are some nerdy books and I love it. Jenna says, oh, shucks. Thank you. Monique says, laugh out loud at Funky sigh. I know, right? Lucy says, I don't look at the definitions of the names. I just ask myself, is this pretty or not? Yeah, I don't look at the definitions either. If the name seems to fit the character, that's good enough for me. And you know, I read a whole book. The characters were all named. But they were just names I picked out of thin air. Didn't give it any thought, just picked a name and popped it on a character. Not thinking about whether I thought the name fit the character or nothing. No thought whatsoever. So what do I end up doing? I end up renaming every single character in there after I started getting help with names and naming characters. So I changed all my characters. And a couple of them I still get confused because I think of the old character's name or the name of the person I based the character on. Sometimes that's come out a few times. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? So, yeah, that's me. Funky says, I'm going to float out of here with all this love. Lizzie says, stopping by before reading time. I have a headache from all that tracking. Oh, geez. Funky says, hi, Lizzie. Jenna says, that's not good at all, Tessa. I assume we're talking about my blood sugar level. No, it's not good. It was so high in the hospital, I had to have intervention in the form of my daughter says, please go get the nurse right now. And I'm like, why? She says, because you're slurring all your words and you're not making a bit of sense. And we're having a conversation about two different things. I said, well, I know I'm slurring my words. I can hear that. And I don't know why I'm answering stupid things to what you're saying. I have no control over that. She said, would you just go get the nurse and stop already? So we had to get the nurse in there and find out that my blood sugar was 515. So it's been a real problem. Ruru says, I got distracted. Done that before. Janice says, I still need to dig through my thesaurus books. Yeah, I have to decide whether to spend more money. I have to look at all of them and see what's available, whether it's worth buying anymore. I love the emotion thesaurus, though. It's great. Annuel says to me, my wife says, with your sugar that high, you should drink water as much as you can. She is also diabetic that is high. She is correct. Water is one thing that they do suggest. I'm also on insulin, so of course I have given myself insulin, but it's not working for some odd reason. I don't know why. And I called my doctor, which is why I was late today, because I was on the phone with my doctor who calls it 1 minute to 7. And maybe part of the problem is that I'm on water pills, which is sucking the liquid out of me. And maybe that's playing with my blood levels. I don't know. That's one thing I'm not sure about. But your wife is definitely right about all that. Tell her thanks. Jenna says, I think I'll take 1 or 2 to work and read them. Good idea. Jenna says, hey, Emmuel. Punky says, I am definitely ordering that emotional thesaurus to Jenna. That thing is awesome. Yeah, I just, like I said, got the new one with all the, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I just got the one with all the new stuff. I'm anxious to see how many new emotions I've got in there, but I've been using them to help fill out a lot of my story now that it was pretty, you know, there, and now has more body to it. It's not so skinny anymore. She's just going to get ready for the rest of the night, also known as getting my PJs on. Be right back. Okay. Monique says, do you have Bragg's apple cider vinegar? No, I do not. I don't even know what it is. Well, I know what vinegar is, but I don't have one. Jenna writes, I got 6 different ones. Is that the whole set, 6? I know there were quite a few of them. Jenna says, I'm excited to get into them. La Monique says, I use that in water. I've never been diabetic, but was once pre-diabetic. Well, I'm so diabetic. I went from being type 2 to being type 1. My body no longer makes insulin, and I have to take insulin. My body isn't making it at all. It just stopped. I mean, I was a type 2 diabetic, which I thought was bad enough, and then I became a type 1. How the heck does that happen? It's not normal for that to happen. But then I'm not normal. I've already learned that. Monique says, also like NUL says, drink lots of water. Yeah, I know. That was one of the things I found out in the very beginning, when your sugar's very high, to drink a lot of water. And see, the problem is I'm taking water pills, and as fast as I take the water in, it comes right back out. So I'm not sure how helpful drinking water is, and maybe that's why it's so high right now, because I can't retain the water in my body. I should have thought to ask the doctor that, but it didn't dawn on me. We'll see what happens. See what happens. Jenna says, I was to La Monique. I've joined the gym and started eating better pronto. Well, I was never pre-diabetic because my doctor was so dumb, stupid. He just would say, your sugar's a little high. No big deal. Never do anything about it. Never told me anything. Okay, Greg. Never did anything, never said anything. Just let this whole situation ride. So when I got sent to the nurse practitioner because my doctor was busy, she says, no, we're not playing this game. She goes, we're going to find out once and for all So she did the A1C. She goes, you are diabetic. You're not you're not occasionally high. You are a diabetic. And we're not going to play around. And she dove right in and started treating it. Whereas the doctor's pain in the ass. Still is. She left. And I'm back with the dumb doctor again. Jenna says, I think the emotional wound one looks interesting as well. Yeah, really. I got a lot of them. Mom Monique says, yes, now I'm battling high blood pressure, making lifestyle changes. And Jenna, romance. Oh, Jenna. I skipped it. At Jenna, first time ever having to take meds, guys, but I'm praying and using actions for change. I hope you're successful. I am not very good at any of this. I take blood pressure meds. I take diabetes. Well, I take insulin now. I don't take just meds anymore. I take insulin. I got so bad at just taking insulin. I have an insulin pump. That's, you know, I qualify for an insulin pump. I'm so bad. Funky says, yeah, I scrolled through them all on Amazon. So cool. Jenna writes, that's the best thing you can do, La Monique. Yeah. Take care of it before it gets to the out of control spot I usually end up in. Jenna says, I'm pretty healthy overall, but I try to eat decent. Getting old sucks. Yeah. Guru says, I can't take water pills. Well, I can't really. I end up dehydrated constantly. And then my blood pressure drops way low. And then they're fighting to bring my blood pressure back up. I don't know how many times I've had to deal with that issue. Normally I'm high, but on water pills, it drops it, and it drops it into the danger zone. When I got in there, I was extremely low. I think it was 80/50 when I got into the ER, and they were trying to bring it in. They even brought liquids, you know, the forced liquids through to try to bring it up. So water pills are not my friends, besides the fact that I spend half my life or more in the bathroom. Mom Monique says that's hard with the water pills. Oh, yeah. Can't leave the house. It's like you leave the house, and of course you're going to have to go, and heaven knows where, only knows where the next bathroom is. But it's dangerous. I mean, they put me on these, and they drop my blood pressure down, and I constantly have to worry about low blood pressure as well as high blood pressure. Can't seem to win. All right. Caught up. Ready for another sprint? Ruru says, I'm on pills to raise my blood pressure. So if I take water pills, it causes issues. Yeah, because it drops your blood pressure way down. That's why I'm always so bad. And I keep telling doctors, I said, what is the point? You tell me to drink liquid because I have to. But yet you give me a water pill. It drains the liquid out of me, and it puts me in a dangerous position of having low blood pressure and being dehydrated. And that's not good either. So what is the point? I do not understand. And they've increased it again from 20 to 40. So we've already been on 40, and 40 is a bad thing. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if I have another issue with it shortly, because I'm on 40 now. Shanna says, I take a ginormous amount of supplements and some meds. Funky's ready to do this. Gibberish is ready to sprint. Rue is, maybe I'll quit looking at all the news. I quit looking at the news a long time ago. I don't even have my stimulus yet, so I went from getting it first. As far as the last two came out, as soon as they said they were coming out, they were in there pending. I don't even have mine yet. My family's got all theirs, but I haven't gotten mine. Jenna says, yeah, good plan, too. Yeah, I quit looking at the news. I can't stand it. And Monique says, sprint time, yay. Annual says, okay, guys, I'm going to say goodnight. Happy writing. And to Tessa, I hope your sugar goes back down. Thank you, Annuel. Nice to see you. Have a good night. All right. Everyone's saying goodnight to Funky right now. So I'm going to set the timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you haven't gotten this one yet either? Are you by any chance on Social Security or disability? Because that's what we're on. Those of us on that have not gotten it yet. But it seems like the regular folks are getting them. But I got the first one and the second one immediately. Number one, first person on the list, going to be here starting this day, and that's when I got mine. Not this time. No sign of it. But my family's all got it. So everybody's saying good night. And you'll say tonight. Maru says, yeah. All right. So I will see you all in 24 minutes. Wow, that time went fast. I was busy writing. I got a couple hundred words. I'm going through my emotion, the stars looking for an emotion right now. So how did everybody else do? Let's see. Rue says, yeah, and Kay. Greg is back. Lucy is back. Amelia said, everyone is back. Courtney says, I am back. Lizzie says, I'm back, kings and queens. Wow. Lizzie says, damn, everyone was back in a row. Yeah, you guys all came back. Amelia's laughing. Rue got 226. Good job. Monique says she hears an echo on her end. Well, it shouldn't be one because I have the headset on, which is one of the reasons I had to wear it. I don't dare try to unplug it because every time I do, it shuts my computer down. And I'll have to restart, and I don't want to do that in the middle of the stream. I don't know. Is anybody else hearing an echo? I don't have my hearing aids on, so it won't be them. I had them on earlier, and I was wondering if they were going to be an issue, but the battery died on them, so I had to take them off. So I'm not really sure. I don't hear anything. Of course, you guys don't make any noise, so I don't hear any noise from you guys. Greg said I did edit a couple of pages on my 3rd chapter. I still want to be finished with this tomorrow. I can imagine. Jenna got 569. Getting better, girl. Getting better. That's an acceptable amount, right? Right? I know you like higher numbers, but that's a pretty good number. Well, Monique wants to know if anyone else is hearing this echo, or is it her computer? I can't help because I can't hear anything. Lizzie says this only proves that you don't need to be related to be a family. Exactly. I've said this numerous times that I think of you guys all as family. And you show me a lot more care than my own family, which goes every time there's an issue and we go through this stuff with my daughter, and heaven forbid I mess with her life. I make things difficult for her. But you guys are all here for me. So, no, you don't have to be related to be a family. You guys are my family. And I love you all. Greg doesn't hear an echo. Gibberish doesn't hear an echo. Well, I'm feeling better. I'm glad it's not me. Rue says I got distracted by my brain, so I quit writing for a minute. It happens sometimes. Lizzie says, rewriting the blurb of the book I'm about to start with better handwriting. Funky says, in a rough section. Having to do that thing where I take a section from somewhere else and try to monkey wrench it into the current section. Oh man, I hate those when you're trying to fit something in and it doesn't want to go. And then you have to make all these corrections around it. Oh gosh, I hate that. I just had a section like that. I'm like, and sometimes I screw up the words and don't realize it, or put it in the wrong place and don't realize it's not written right. I don't always catch the problems. Lizzie says, no echo. Lamani says, okay, let me inspect my computer. Punky says, nice to Jenna. Amia says, I'm writing a little and getting addicted to watching my big fat pet makeover. Oh my gosh. There's a show for everything. Funky says, sounds good on my end. Sounds good to me. Love the hearts for eyes. Jenna writes, "Aw, yeah, I know. Getting thick in here, right? Deep. Maybe we should put our flood pants on." Funky says, "Can you feel the love tonight?" Jenna says, "Silly brain." Dominique says, "Okay, it was me. Somehow I had two Chromes open and both were playing you, but one was behind the other. Oh my gosh, I've done that. Oops, sorry guys. I've done it on stream when I've been on when I've been on somebody's stream and didn't realize that the one I had open was playing. I didn't mute it, and it was playing, and they kept saying, there's a problem. We can all hear. Who is it? So, they'd shut off my microphone. Silence. Okay, it's your problem. Figure it out. And it would be something like that, where I have two Chromes open or I didn't mute it or something. So, yeah. I'm glad you figured it out. Courtney said 336 in the last 15 minutes, but it was for an essay. Doesn't matter. You still wrote something. It's productive. Don't worry about it. Mom Money says, I'm working on adding a scene to chapter 12. Little does LaMonica Powers know, but a fight is about to break out. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Mom Monique says, the funky side. I read that in tune with the song. Okay. Funky says to La Monique, I see you trying to do double duty. Maybe if we play 5 Tessa Deans at once, we'll be 5 times more productive. Or please don't play 5 of me at once. You'll just get sick of me. And I'll sound like an idiot. La Monique laughs. Who says, have to figure out how to make two Lamia have an interesting fight, but not really hurt each other. Lizzie says, I'm going into this book with zero idea of the plot. I don't care. I need something to work on before camp. You can be a pantser. You can do it. Slap fight, Funky says to Rue. Lizzie says, I can always edit the first chapter later. Yeah, editing is there for the purpose. You do whatever you want. Funky says to Lizzie, pants time. Yes. Yes, join the pantsers. Lizzie says to Funky, screw planting. Exactly. Just dive right in. That's how I do it. Fix it later. That's my motto. Rue says, one guy married the princess, the other guy didn't agree. Well, that's good cause for a fight. For sure. Lizzie says, remember my outline from my last book? Yeah, I went off the outline completely. The ending is nothing like the one I originally planned. And that's why I don't outline. I just follow my characters, follow my mind, and go where I want to go. I don't have to change anything, fix anything. It just goes. It flows. Monique says if no one gets hurt to Rue, your fight can be an old-fashioned pie fight. Oh, wow. Courtney says, I don't know what to do between now and Camp Nano. I finished a very loose outline of my next project, and I refuse to do any more planning because I hate planning. Ah, gee. Sounds like pretty familiar story in this group, as he says originally. Funky says, Drew, I take it you haven't seen the Russian slap fights then. Oh, my. Courtney says, so now I'm just waiting until Nano starts so I can start writing it. Yeah, I haven't figured exactly what I'm doing. I know I have book 1 has to be edited before the end of Nano. I need to quit screwing around and get that done. So editing is definitely part of Nano. And it may include words. It may include losing words. I know there's several sections that just aren't cool. And then I have the 2 new ones that I'm working on now. And they're the ones I'm writing in my blog and by prompt. So I have 2. And they're going to need to be put into a document, which means copy and pasting from my blog, each and every piece. One's at 40 and the other's 40 parts, and the other one's at 25 parts so far. That's one of the hardest things, is linking each story up to make sure you can have links to go to the first. If they want to read the story, they can actually go to read the story. So I say you joined in and you want to read the beginning, you can do it, but I have to link all that up. That takes a lot of time. I do a lot of copy pasting, don't mind you. I mean, I'm not sitting here typing it all out, copy pasting it, but it still takes time. So that's my loose plans for Nano. Where are we? Here we are. He's going to put him in the dirt for sure. Funky says to La Monique, now this is a scene I want to read. Gibber says, you all writers are so creative. Lizzie says, I needed that outline for some boring parts. The rest of it, forget it. Jenna says, writers are pretty awesome. I think we're pretty awesome. Definitely pretty awesome. Lizzie says, every writer is creative. There is no such thing as an uncreative writer. Yeah, it's kind of hard to write if you're not creative in some ways. Jenna writes, especially when they can spell. That's something we all suffer from. That's why we have to edit our books, because of our spelling. A lot of it's spelling. Punky says to Jenna, you are awesome. Mom Monique says, I've always ended up being too busy with the project every time NaNoWriMo or camp comes around. I probably will be too busy with the launch of my next book in April. I don't know. Well, the good thing with camp is you can set your own goal. So if you don't expect to be able to write a lot, just put a little tiny goal in there. Something that you think you might be able to spend a little bit of time on. You can put anything you want. It doesn't have to be huge. That's the good thing about camp. You can make it anything you want. Lizzie says, just because you can spell doesn't mean that you can type. Depends on what I'm doing, whether I can type or not. Sometimes. Wait a minute. Let's see here. Bruce says, did you hear that they changed camp this year? I had to read ahead to see what the answer to that was. Jenna says, you're being so kind tonight, Funky. Thank you. Lizzie says, Rue, how did they change it? And Rue says, they are officially giving it to the rebels. Hey, there's a spot now. There's a badge for being a rebel. You can get a badge for being a rebel. I definitely get the rebel badge because I don't do it their way. I do it my way. The only thing I know is that in November, if I want to get the certificate that I finished, I have to put in 50,000 words, or else I don't get it. But the rest of the time, you can do whatever you want in camp. Mom Monique says, hit the like button. Yes, please. Thank you. Funky side. They can change it all they want. I'll be over here editing till I die. Me too. I keep putting it off. And the longer I put it off, the longer the harder it's making it. But I'm kind of like invested in something right now with these prompt stories. Well, now I finished as much as I was going to do on 2 for now. Now I'm trying to get 3 to a point where I can get out of it. I'm still writing the story, though, and I have to find a spot to end it at. So I'm still writing that. And La Monique says, don't forget the sub, Tessa. It's awesome. Thank you, La Monique. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm up to 184 the last time I looked. Getting there. Funky says, bam. Rue says they officially changed the April camp to Nanofimo. Jenna says, I will always write and always edit. No need for the fanfare. My life is oh so glamorous. It's all part of the process. Lizzie says, boy, mouth can't doesn't work. I'll be over here writing first drafts until I die. Second draft, no time for that when you're writing a new book. Well, if you ever want to finish one, you're going to have to finish it one of these days. You can't just keep, oh my God, you guys going crazy. I thought the NaNoFineMo thing was a joke. I think it is a joke. Monique says we're freaking amazing writers. Rue says National Novel Finish Month. I hadn't heard anything about that. Really? Well, I didn't read my email, so I couldn't tell you. I usually just delete all the stuff. I don't know. I got the banner and promo on my email. They said it was official. Really? So you're supposed to finish up what you did in November, I guess. Funky said, how about that? I do plan on finishing draft 3 in April. Said, Monique says, okay, I'll try that, Tessa. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can go in and put what you want. So just put something in there. And then that way you can, get your goal. You still win. Doesn't have to be 50,000 in camp. I think I put in there, because I did mine, I counted minutes. So it was like 500 and some was my goal. And I hit my goal. So I won. I got the little certificate and everything. And it says that you won that year, and it turns purple and all that stuff. So yeah, you can do that in camp. Lizzie says, well, I will finish that month. We will all finish that month. Finish living through April and going on to May. Oh, goodness. Jenna says, what rewards are involved? I don't know what they are this year. I know I got my Scrivener half price through them. I don't know what else they're offering. They were offering, I don't remember the name of the program now. I hated the program. You got so many, free days of usage of this program. And it was one of those subscription things. And I'm like, you have no instructions anywhere on how to work this thing. Their big thing was they said, oh, but we save to the cloud. You'll never lose your work. And you can't figure out how to use the program. So it was kind of stupid. I told them that. They said, well, we're working on putting up directions. Well, that don't help me now. I can't use your program. I'm not paying you money every month for something I can't figure out how to use. What was it called? I don't remember. It was one of the things that they offered, so much off for for winning. Nothing super tremendous. They don't offer a whole lot. Just breathing all through April and making it to May counts finishing. Different. Mom and say cows camp different too, Ruru. Fiction of fiction. Good evening. How are you? It's been a while since I've seen you. Nice to see you here. Welcome. Funky says, then it goes to betas where I will hide in the shower and rock back and forth, thumb in mouth. Well, mine's been to the betas, and now I'm struggling to do the changes that they told me. I'm still struggling with it. I think that's part of the problem, is I don't want to deal with it. Maybe I should just jump in the hot shower and rock back and forth with my thumb in my mouth. Maybe it'll help. Dominique says, oh, just saw your answer. But what's a rebel? Means you don't follow their rules. So they say you have to write 50,000 words. You decide to take 2 novels and write 25,000 words on each. You're a rebel, because it's supposed to be a brand new project, one. So if you're using a previous project, you're a rebel. If you write more than one project in that time, you're a rebel. So if you don't follow their rules, you're a rebel. But they have a badge in there now. You can be a rebel if you want to be a rebel. Lizzie says, rebels unite. I've always been a rebel. What in the world? Wow, you guys are out of control here. I like the idea of being the rebel, Jenna says. That's me. I'm a rebel. Lizzie says to Lamani, break the rules. Lamani says, oh, okay, duh. Lizzie says, I was a rebel for NaNoWriMo. I started my book a week early and spent the last 2 days writing a Christmas book. So it's that perfect example of a NaNoWriMo rebel. Vixen of Fiction says, I may need to be a rebel. It's my first one, so I don't know if I'm allowed. If you're a rebel, it doesn't matter. You don't follow the rules. You do whatever you want. You're a rebel. And there is a badge for being a rebel. When you go to set it up and you go through the badges, just say you're a rebel. You're not going to follow the Nano rules. They have a badge for it now. So they finally realized that it's something that, not everybody's going to do. Rue says, I have to write an anthology story in April. Sigh. That's kind of hard unless it's going to be 50,000 words. You're going to be a rebel too. But you have to write something else to go along with it. Because you still need the 50,000 words. Well, not in camp though. No, I'm sorry. Camp, you can do anything you want. So you can write a 5,000 Word document. You can write a 15, you can write a 50, you can write whatever. Whatever your little heart desires. Greg says, you are doing well and you have 17 likes with just 13 people watching you. See, I'm not even looking at the website, so I have no idea. Really? Cool. That's great. And I don't usually get this many people at one time. That's why there's so many comments. There's so many people in here. Thank you, Greg. That brings my spirits up. Lizzie says, I didn't want to be a rebel, but Nano did not line up with my plans, so I started my book early instead of wasting 7 days doing nothing. I thoroughly agree with you. Nothing wrong with that. Who says, La Monique, to La Monique, they said it was officially changed to Nano Fine Mo. Yeah, I missed that email if there was one. Jenna says, I liked you fixing a fiction during the World Write-a-thon. Jenna writes, you're fun. That's a nice thing to say to Vixen. Rue says, if you have a draft you need to finish, bring it and do it. Well, basically, you can do whatever you want because there's no rules. Be a rebel. Do what you want. Monique says, hey, Vixen, I love your live streams too. Just discovered them lately. Very nice. Lizzie says, I'm writing my first draft of my 8th book. I was going to do a second draft until Disney decided to mess that up. Damn it. Trademark. Oh, let's not get started on trademarks again. I think we did the trademarks justice. Vixen of Fiction says, oh, thanks to Jenna. Jenna says, don't do it the night before it is due, to Rue. Lizzie says, I might edit my second book, though. You can edit, too. You don't have to write. Editing is allowed. Author Monique, I almost said the whole thing out again. Sometimes I do that. I don't know. Sometimes why my brain doesn't think. Thanks for the info to Rue. Vixen says, I'm still getting to know everyone on Authortube. Been here since October. Well, I guess it's been close to 3 years now. Have been on Authortube, but I didn't start my channel to sometime in 2020. I don't even know the date. But I've been around for about 3 years on Authortube. So I know a lot of people. Like I was always followed Kate Kavanaugh, and her dog died the other day. And I'm sitting here crying. I'm like, oh my God, I've been watching this dog for 3 years and he died. And I mean, he died of old age. He was not a young pup. But, you know, it was sad because I've been, you know, following them for so many years. And, you know, she posted to death. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm sitting here crying. And then somebody else posted and I'm crying again. I'm like, geez, you would think this was your dog. Okay, so Lizzie says, today is my year anniversary of being serious about writing. I started the first finished draft of my first book after 4 failed attempts to write it. You're starting early, so you're young. I started writing when I was young, but then I had that 30, 40-year hiatus because I got a rejection slip and totally lost it and stopped writing. I just restarted about 10 years ago. But obviously, I'm a lot older than that. But then I lost like 30 or 40 years of writing time. He's just totally freaked out. Jenna says, welcome. It's a fun place, isn't it? Thank you. Funky says, nice to Lizzie Lakes. Monique says, congrats on your writer-versary to Lizzie Lakes. Vixen said it is. I've had such a great time getting to know everyone. Great group of people. And there's like people that have been here a long time. And then there's a group of us that started all about the same time. So we're kind of a little group of our own, you know. And then I don't know about everybody, but I try to, when I see somebody first starting to try, you know, try their wings and get their web, you know, get themselves going, I try to help support them and, you know, get them going, give them likes and whatever. I try to help them because so people are so nice to get, you know, helping me get started and everything. So I try to do the same thing for others coming in. There's just a lot of new people coming in all the time. Lizzie says, from March 25th, 2020 to March 24th, 2021, I've written 7 books, all first drafts. That's a lot of books. That's a year, right? Yeah. Still, first draft, you wrote something. Of course, I write tons of short stories, more so than I do. I'm not really used to writing novels, so I'm still struggling with that part. Lizzie says, let me count the total words. Jenna says, yesterday was my 20th year at my day job. 20th year. Wow. Congratulations. That doesn't happen much anymore. I got laid off of so many jobs, it wasn't funny. I didn't just stay anywhere long enough. Rose says to Lizzie, congrats. I'm sorry, there for a minute, my mind just wandered. I don't know if you noticed that. I just kind of stopped mid-sentence. Like my mind just took off on another. I'm like, because you just reminded me about, you know, being in a job 20 years and I actually got this small pension coming up. And my mind is like, oh, do you have to let them know now? Or can you wait till till you actually go to, you know, your next year rental? Because I don't know how long I'll be here. I could be gone in a month. I could be gone in a year. I'm on the list for assisted living. Who knows how long that could be? So my life is like up in the air anyhow. And so I'm sitting there thinking about that. And I never got to sign my rental agreement for this year because I was in the hospital. So I still have to do that. So technically, I've not signed my rental agreement. And I really should have called her and told her I was out of the hospital. But my mind wandered. And where are my notes? Things I got to do. I got to call and let her know and ask her about how to get out of the lease. Yeah. If they, you know, don't do it exactly on my rental year, which is slightly probably not going to happen. I need to find out about getting out of the lease early. And when I have to report my pension, which I won't get if I, you know, go into assisted living. It goes right to them. Sorry, writing a note. Maybe I'll remember tomorrow. Maybe I won't. Funky says the streams are the sole reason I got back to being regular with my writing and finishing my second draft. I find, yeah, having the, you know, other people working together, you know, listing what you've done, you know, the camaraderie helps you. Just doing it solo is not very much fun. You get a lot more done with other people, I find. Jenna wants to know if she can retire yet. I don't know, Jenna. Can you? Can you retire yet? Lizzie says, thanks, everyone. This is a big day for me. Well, you're welcome. Enjoy it. Jenna says, I love that you're doing it at this age. To Lizzie. Yeah, I mean, to have this much, what's the word? Being responsible. I mean, having goals, going through with them, doing it, not just talking about it. I mean, you're showing a lot of adult traits. Monique says 20 years. Wow, to Jenna. Congrats. That's an accomplishment. Sure is, because it's hard to find a job that lasts that long anymore. And whether or not you have a pension, how much you'll get for Social Security, because you can find out how much you should be getting your yearly updates on what your Social Security would be, so you have an idea when you get to that point. Is it something you can live on, or do you have a pension? There's a lot of things you got to take into consideration. Funky says to Jenna, you can technically retire anytime. Or you can go on disability like I did. I was 55. No, I can't be. I've been out since 2010. I'm not 65 yet. I don't know. I can't do math. I'm not very good with math. Uh-oh. How did I get out of... Man, you guys are really humongous pile of things here. All right, you can technically retire anytime if you can afford it. She does have the part-time job doing ghostwriting, which she could make full-time, but is it enough? She's the only one who can figure out if it's enough to live off of. Monique says it's hard to be at one place for 20 years in this day and age. Sure is. I haven't been anywhere. I don't think I've been anywhere longer than 8 years. I think my longest job was 8 years. Funky. Rue says to Funky, same. It helps support. It's nice. Jenna says, I am going to look into retiring towards the end of the year and writing full time. Punch those numbers. So all I can say is punch the numbers, and don't forget things like medical, and stuff like that. If there's some way of finding out, through the marketplace, what you can get and how much it'll cost you, so you can figure that into your costs, because you're obviously going to need not only yourself as you get older, but you got a child still that has to be covered. And do you make enough to cover all of your expenses and all that stuff? I wish you luck. Jenna says, I never promoted out of my office, but it suits me. Lucy says, 615,504 first draft words in 1 year. Wow. That's a lot of words, girl. Funky says to Lizzie, holy cow. That's a lot of words. Well, Monique says to Lizzie, that's amazing. Amazing, she says. Funky says, oh, wait, different things. Funky says, laugh out loud. Lizzie says, March 2019 to March 2020, I couldn't even get past the 28K mark in the novel. I probably got no more than 65K that year. But you were a lot younger then. I mean, you're not that old now. So that's fantastic. Don't put yourself down. Ruth says, just remember, betas are all just opinions. Unless 3 or more people are saying the same thing about the same part, take it with a grain of salt. Well, I found, even though a lot of mine did not agree, like it's not that they didn't agree, they didn't say anything about the same parts. Like, none of them had anything to say about one thing altogether. They all didn't say the same thing. Or they just did, like responding to different parts of my story. So I had to take that piece and read it and say, okay, does what they say make sense? If yes, then you're going to have to fix it. If no, you can leave it the way you want it to be. But there were a lot of spots that I had to agree that what they said was right. That I really, even though it was only one person who brought it up, they were right. So, you've got to take that into consideration too. Jenna writes, I'm impressed, Lizzie. Definitely. Lizzie says to Funky Sai and La Monique, I'm shook as well. Lizzie says, thanks, Jenna. Lizzie says, this year's goal, get a second draft done. Doesn't matter what book it is. Sounds like a good goal. Pick a book and start working on it. Sounds like a good idea to me. Bruce says, Camp Nano, you can set your own word count, so it doesn't matter. Exactly. Funky says, I should have 3 Rebel badges now. I've been writing there since 2004, but as far as they're concerned, they've only got me down for a few years. They say I've been writing since 2004, but if you look at my stats page, it's only goes so far back. They don't have all the records from all that time. They know when you started, but they don't know what you've done. So, like there's no stats for those pages. Money says, I too will be accepting that Rebel badge, hopefully. I think you can get that near the beginning. I don't think it's one you have to wait to the end to get. I think there's a lot of badges you can get along the way. And I think that's one that you can get in the beginning to state that you're a rebel. Lizzie says, I wanted to finish the Disney one, but I have 3 other books that aren't companions with the Disney one, so I can edit those first. Amelia says, 18. Laugh out loud, forgot the like. Okay, thank you. Funky Sai says, to Greg, I have 4 thumbs, so that helps with the likes. Lizzie says, this new book is a companion with the Disney one, and the last one should be published after. So that pulls 4 other books behind right there. I know I'm weird. I'm writing 3 books at the same time, and I'm trying to figure out how to do these because they're kind of like running. In parts of them, they're running side by side, and other parts are running, end to end. It's like, you gotta make up your mind what you're doing here. Jenna writes, YouTube is alive and kicking tonight. Ruth said, well, people have left, so she probably got some earlier. Yeah, a lot of people left. We had a bunch leave at the same time. Vixen says, ha ha ha, I'm asking permission to be a rebel. That should be a rebel fail. No permission to be a rebel. You just do it. Don't ask permission to be a rebel. Lizzie says, when I like something, it always gives it 2 likes on my end. So it shows 19 likes. Wow. This is some spread I've got going here. Jenna says, though I'll admit I could only hack half of it. Those chat rooms were so busy. Yeah, I don't like the really busy ones. Vixen says, congrats to Lizzie on 100 days. Lizzie says, thank you to Vixen. Lizzie says, I wrote my first 6 books in a row, too. March 25th to December 30th, with some day off. But when I finished a book, I started a new one the next day. You didn't even give yourself a chance to breathe. Amelia says, you can always publish trademark stuff on fan fiction sites, just not as a physical book that you make money off of. I think I've heard something like that. I'm not into fan fiction, but yeah. Lizzie says, days, darn. Funky says to Lizzie Lakes, wow, when you go back to book 1, you won't hardly remember it, which is good. Yeah, I kind of got tired of reading the same book over and over again. I think that's kind of why I dove into these other 2. I wanted something new. Lizzie says, my Authortube anniversary for going to streams is April 25th. I swear the number 25 is blessed. I'm not sure when. I don't even know when my Authortube anniversary is. See, I had a channel before this one, so technically my Authortube won't be correct. If you go and look at my thing for when I started, it was years and years and years ago. And I just took all that junk off that I had on there and made it an Authortube channel. So I don't know how to actually count that. Rue says, though maybe they were doing an April Fool's prank, who knows? Yeah, April 1st is coming up. Lizzie says, wait, Kate's dog died? What? You know Duke? The brown lab she had? The chocolate brown lab she had? Duke died the other day. And I've been crying ever since. Yeah, and it made a lot of news in the Authortube community. I mean, they spread it pretty quickly. So, yeah. And, I knew it was coming. Dog was getting older. He was getting fragile. He barely moved around, and she had to, convince him to go outside and this and that. And he was, of course, losing control of everything because he was getting so old. And it's coming, but when it really happens, it really hits you. And I'm an animal lover, so I cry every time somebody says it. I'm trying not to cry now. Courtney says, to Vixen, just subscribed. I don't know how, I'm only just now finding you on here. Thanks to La Monique from Vixen of Fiction. I'm not, I would say I'm subscribed, but I go sometimes and find myself, I'll go to check and find myself not subscribed. It's like, could have sworn I subscribed to something, and YouTube is known to unsubscribe you. So sometimes you'll find out someone you're subscribed to, and all of a sudden you're not subscribed to anything at all. So YouTube's weird. Oops, wait a minute. Lizzie said my kitten died on March 27 last year. Gosh, why? I'm sorry, Lizzie. It's a difficult thing. Really is. That's why I didn't want any more animals. I can't stand it. When they die, it really tears me apart. Courtney says, yes, her dog died. It's so sad. I was very emotional reading that post. Yeah. I was crying. Every time somebody brought it up, I'd cry again. I thought, oh, gee. I'm sitting there in the hospital. Tears are running down my eyes. I was in the hospital when I read it. And tears are running down my eyes. And I thought, they're going to walk in here and want to know what's wrong with me. You know, like, why are you crying? Lizzie says, well, I can't pets live forever. Well, as much as we would like it, the world would be overrun with pets. I mean, we're overrun with people, so we'd be overrun with pets. It's a fact of nature, unfortunately. Monique says, I started off on YouTube talking about food delivery. I remember that. I watched that video, working for waiter. Then I advanced to a brand ambassador, and my videos had upwards of 25K views. Now that I film about writing, yeah, I can barely eke out 10 views sometimes. It happens. It's the weirdest thing what people are attracted to. But I did watch those videos because you sent me the link. It was not too long after we had met. And you sent me the link, so I watched them. Nope. Did the wrong thing. Vixen says, thanks to Courtney, I love Tessa streams, but March got away from me, so I haven't been on here as much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vixen says, oh, that's why we love you, Tessa. Thank you so much, guys. Don't make me cry again. Ruse does lots of books. Vixen says to Lizzie, I wish pets could live forever. They are our best friends. I know my daughter had a kitten that died, and oh man, it's bad enough when they're, you know, been around a while and they're old and, you know, but when they're still babies, it's even harder. Courtney says there. Oh, I see. They are. Okay. No, I think they are. If that's where you're correcting. Oh, no, wait a minute. Correcting your stuff. I don't know. I'm confused. And have a ton of messages. I'm going to be here forever. I'm going to have to. Right. Where's the little blue thing? All right, here we go. Oops, press send early. Oh, okay. Jenna writes, there have been a handful of breakdowns in those years at Tessa. Who hasn't? Had a lot of breakdowns myself. Courtney says, and of course I forgot what I was going to type. Lizzie says, to Vixen, they are. My new kitten helps my mom work every day. Lamini says, this is the hot spot tonight. Party over here. I meet a lot of people. I got 11 watching right now. Ruth says I had an Authortube back in 2011, but never did anything with it. Yeah, I started mine out as a bipolar blog, just, you know, doing a diary sort of thing. And I didn't think that was appropriate to keep on my Authortube, so I took them off. And I certainly didn't want to remember back to them, so there wasn't like I needed to keep those videos. Lizzie says, I wrote the first sentence of my new book. Congratulations. Dixon says, to La Monique, I had a similar experience. I did some short story bits and had hundreds, sometimes thousands of views. You know, I did a couple of the, well, I did a set of shorts. And the very first one, or it's like the first or second one, I had 132 hits on it. I'm like, whoa, what happened here? Where'd that happen? I mean, it's slowed down since then, but man, I had that very first one really had a huge amount of people on it. So my stats went up for the month and they were great. Of course, it dropped again. Vixen says, I know most of my followers aren't interested in my writing journey, but I feel like YouTube has changed something. They're always changing something. Ruth says, awesome, Lizzie. Monique says, wow, that's inspiring to Funky. Funky says, Lizzie is like an Energizer rabbit. Vixen said, but I'm having fun on the writing journey with everyone here, so it's all good. Yep. That's the idea. Shouldn't be work. It should be fun. If it's work, then it loses something. If it doesn't isn't something you enjoy anymore, then it loses something. To write good, you have to enjoy what you're writing. Lizzie says, the night sky was always something to admire. Stars danced in the sky like fairies, making the fact that I was lost in the middle of the woods at night a little less terrifying. Very good. Punky says, Salam Monique, they basically saved my writing. Ruth says, the more you write, the more you learn how to write. Oh, I'm definitely finding that for sure. My writing's definitely gotten better since I first really started writing. Monique says, well, I really switched up on my people from food delivery to writing. Yeah, big difference. Basically starting all over, even though I have over 700 subs. That's great. You have over 700 subs? Wonderful. Yeah, I haven't made 200 yet. Lizzie says, I was only 14 when I started. I knew that I was a superstar from my age. Yeah, you're doing wonderful for your age. Sure. I sure didn't produce stuff like that at your age. Jenna says, I would retire only to work full-time from home. I can't imagine not doing anything. Well, unless you're lucky, you probably won't be able to retire and not do anything. You're one of the lucky ones. But working full-time from home is a lot nicer than having to work for somebody else. And you can work in your pajamas if you want to. Lizzie says, I mean, it was only a year ago, but it feels like my whole life has been like this. Well, you're getting older now, so you're remembering a lot more. Monique says, I think consistency in one subject matter is key to Vixen, one that's not being covered. I plan on talking about book marketing soon. They all say do not mix things up. I mean, you could put marketing with writing, obviously, but there's people that'll have a yoga channel and then suddenly put a gamer channel on the same channel. And here's all these yoga people saying, what the hell? And all the gamers are like, what the hell? They don't have nothing to do with each other. Why would we want to, so you shouldn't mix totally unmixable things. I mean, marketing is part of writing books, so that's not an issue. Courtney says, I can't imagine not working. I don't think I'll be able to retire. Well, I didn't want to work. And then I went out on disability 11 years ago. So it doesn't matter whether I wanted to work or not. I didn't want to work. So I'm not complaining about it. But living on Social Security disability is very difficult. Let me tell you. Courtney says, I enjoy working. I'm always doing something. Some people love their jobs. I never had a job I liked. Jenna writes, I'll have up to 3 jobs. Courtney. Dixon said, I did too at Monique Mac. My subs are like, when are we getting stories and the webcomic? I'm like, it's coming. Ha ha ha. I'm just happy they're sticking around when I go on this journey. Yeah, you're lucky. Some people lose their subscribers. Jenna says, plus I'd like to be home for my daughter's senior year of high school. It's nice. Greg says you don't have to read every comment. Tessa, might be time for spring. Yeah, I'm getting, you guys are just way, 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 way ahead of me. I can't keep up. That's a good idea. Let's go for a sprint because I need to stop. Thank you for reminding me that I can stop. Just stop. All right, I'm going to set the timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'll be here the next year trying to read all these comments. All right, I'll see you in 24 minutes. Okay. I just read all the comments on my blog. Another thing I'm caught up on. My stories are going over very well. My prompt stories going over very well. They will eventually be book 2 and 3. Obviously, 2 is, I stopped already. I'm working on 3 now. And they're coming along. And this one is getting a little bit, starting to turn a little darker. I have to decide how much longer I want to drag this one out before I have to start another one. The hardest, all those links though drive me crazy, but I have to put the links in there because it's only fair to the people coming into the story late that they have a chance to read the whole thing. Even though most of them are probably complete enough that you could read them and just read them, since it is a continuing story, I need to put the links in it. Before I forget, Vixen of Fiction, I was not subscribed to you, so you now have a new subscriber. I'm not sure how that happened, but you are now I am now subscribed to you. Okay, so how'd we do? See, I guess Jenna's not here. She went to go be mom. She may not come back in. Mom Monique says, I'm not sure to who. Bobby Dixon of Fiction. Your channel is very inviting. Monique says to Greg, as always, gets us back on track. Greg gets us always back on track. Lizzie says, I have 4 subs that I don't even upload. This account is only for streams. I don't even log in on Lizzie Lakes on my phone. I don't think I've tried subscribing to you. Oh, Funky's gone. Heading to bed. Good night, everyone. Well, good night if I didn't miss you already. I probably have. Mary says, problem is she's going to be reading all the comments until she gets to Greg's. Oh, gosh. Oh. Who's talking about a popular author that was young. Shanna says, I need to talk to the department that handles it and see where I'm at. I could do well. Ghostwriting, no. Double the time and the clients, plus I could publish my own books regularly. Yep. Good night. Greg says, I know. Lizzie says, good night to Funky. Everybody's probably saying good night to Funky. Funky says, thanks for the stream, Tessa. Leaving this here for when she gets down here. Well, thank you. And have a great night. Thanks for coming. Hope to see you again soon. I got my regular schedule back up. I just created a few new thumbnails, so I haven't put them out yet. I just created them. Jenna says good night. Courtney says to Jenna, it's never just one. My brain gets bored easily. I like to be busy. Plus, the extra money never hurts. Lizzie says, the route is really good. I want to be a teen author, but I know I won't be ready for years, maybe in a decade. I want to take it slow. You don't have to rush. You got plenty of time. You're still pretty young. That's another good night to Funky. Jenna says, I am the same way. I thought she said she went to bed. I mean, that she was going to do the mom thing, or did she come back? I don't know. Mia says, yeah, I self-published at 14, and I definitely shouldn't have. Yeah, you're probably not old enough at that point to really know what you're doing. Mia says, Jenna says, I just love to be doing stuff every second of the day. I don't even sleep well. Mom Monique, that's good advice regarding betas at Ruru. I think of that when I use beta readers. I'll think of that when I use Authortubers. Lizzie, I wanted to self-publish the Disney book this year. Looking back on it, heck no. Lizzie, I wanted to learn more about editing and actual edit and market before you even think about being ready to publish. It's best to get your ducks in a row, as the saying goes, before you try to do something it's big. You know, it's not a little thing. Publishing a book is a big thing, and you're still young. You've got plenty of time, and you should know what you're doing before you start. I'm going to step away for a bit. Okay. Good night if you leave before I'm back. All right. I thought I saw that earlier. She was leaving. Bruce said for a while they were letting you fix your badges. You might see if you can fix it. Don't know if they're messed up. I haven't been there for a while, to tell you the truth. I put my book up there. I put my cover up there. And a little, I don't know if there's a blurb up there now. There was a blurb up there at one point, but I don't know if there is now. Something happened and I had to take it down. Momini says good night. If I don't see you again tonight, to Jenna. Okay. There's a book called Self-Editing for Fiction Writers. It is pretty good. You might check it out if you feel like it. There are a lot of things out there. A lot of places to get help. Lizzie says I'm going to write a full page, handwrite the rest, and put it in my word count for tomorrow. I know I'm already behind. I just started. Good night, everyone. Thanks for a fun stream. Good night, Lizzie. See you later. Thanks for coming. Wait a minute, it jumped. Well, here's one. Bruce says, might consider doing a timeline for reading comments and for sprints. But believe it or not, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. To this point, I never had this much action going on in here. So this is all pretty new. So I'm trying to jump over right now and skip all these good nights and all that stuff, because there's a lot of that in here. All right, good night, good night. Some things I'm not sure what are being talked about. Real Road, whatever that is. Night to Lizzie. All right. Good night, good night. He says, yeah, the more people get, the more comments, the more reading you will be doing, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, like I said, this is unusual for me, so I'm not used to this. I know a lot of people that do that. I'm trying to. Yeah, the more people you get, the more comments and the more reading you would be doing, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, I never had to put a time limit on before. He says, I'm coming to the problem that I want my character's relationship to his family to drive the story. Of course, one of his brothers dies in the beginning of the story. I'm having trouble balancing characterization to make the death feel painful and the story's pacing as the inciting incident should be pretty early. Should it be the first chapter or should I delegate to second or third? I'm not sure, so I'm not going to answer that. It's midnight here. Good night. Yeah, it's midnight. It's after midnight now. Good night, Dixon of Fiction. Hit the like button. Thanks. As I said, if you were still here, I did subscribe. Bruce says, Amelia word, yeah, pretty close to the opening of the story. Maya says, it's having family conflict enough of a hook for the first chapter. So I'm trying to show, not tell. And I think showing how much his brother meant to him is better than telling. Might just have to write it out. Might have to write it both ways and see which works better. Yeah, depending on the type of story it is, where you might want to write it and see how it plays out. Yeah, kind of what I was just thinking. Melanie just wrote the fight scene in chapter 12 and using the series Bible to keep up with names and make new names. Oh, my series Bible is so behind. Greg did edit a couple more pages. He was having problems with posturing males. Chipper says, how's your story going, Tessa? Well, let's put it this way. Book 2 and 3 are on the way. Book 1 is kind of sitting on the sidelines, and I need to get book 1 done. And I have a May 1st time limit because it goes to the editor. On May 1st, it goes to the editor, so I got to quit screwing around and get to that. Right now, I'm working on 3. Nice to breeze over comments, get the gist of the topics, do it during sprints if you want. Those were made for the before this last sprint. Yeah, you want. I think I'm caught up. Wow. I did a little better jumping over things that time. Okay. So do we want to do another sprint? I gather that's a yes. I'm not even asking. I'm just saying, yeah, I gather that's a yes. So we're going to do another sprint. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, we're started. I didn't ask anybody's permission. Well, I did, but nobody answered. So, aha. If you aren't tired, I'm not tired. I have to get up tomorrow morning. I mean, can't do this all night long, obviously, because I got to get up tomorrow morning and go to the doctor's, but I'm not tired. So, yeah, we're going forward, and I'm kind of in part of my story. I want to keep going. I know I should be working on book 1 and not book 3, but it's my blog, and I need to keep it updated, and it's behind. So, I'm working. Good job on starting the sprint. Amelia says, okay, I'm going. Sayonara. 24 minutes. I'll be back. Sorry, guys, I didn't hear the timer going off. It took my headset off. I'm like, what is that sound? I don't know how long it was running for. Oh, I left something on the screen. Boy, I don't know. I just rechecked my sugar. It's still super high. Gave myself some extra insulin. See what happens overnight. Looks like a lot of people have left. I'm working on another piece, double prompt in one story, a little bit harder, and one of them has to be restricted to 100 words. So I'm doing, like the guy's point of view and the girl's point of view, and one of them will be 100 words exactly and fit the prompt. So, okay. So you guys wrote Royal Road is a place that you can post your stories and gain a following. I find it more positive than Wattpad. Royal Road, never heard of it. Royal, excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm burping now. Great, wonderful. I hate when that happens. Okay, archive of our own is cool, but communities differ on genre and stuff. All right. I mean, I'm planning on posting mine on my own blog. I'm not planning on posting them on any of these other places. But it doesn't hurt to look them up. Amelia's listening to a new album. Loves this so far. Greg added a couple more pages, and I'm now getting too tired to do anything productive. Time for backups. I'm still awake. I mean, it's almost 1 o'clock here, but I'm still awake. And I find if I sleep too much is what I've been doing lately, I feel even worse. I do better if I sleep less because I'm getting like 16 hours of sleep, and it's just really ridiculous and feeling like, crap when I wake up. So I'm not ready to go to bed yet. So I'm not going anywhere right this moment. So Rue is doing 308. Good job. Amelia says she's getting distracted. Greg, backup's done. Very tired. I'm going to bed anytime now. I wish you all good night. Good night, Greg. Thanks for coming again. And hopefully I won't have to make another exodus so quickly. You guys are all great, though. Good night. See you soon. Master Sango says, everyone remember to hydrate. I'm hydrating, and it's going right out because of the water pills. Darn things. Driving me crazy. Nominee says, good reminder. Yeah, it is a good reminder. I've been trying to work hard at, I don't think to remind everybody. I know a lot of people do, but I am trying to remember to hydrate myself, because if I don't, these water pills will dehydrate me and put me in worse condition. Monique is almost done with the first pass edit of chapter 13. Just need to add another character name. It's good. Chivers says, I feel like you always sleep late, Tessa. I do too, though. Yeah, if I get too much sleep, even though my body doesn't want to get out and my mind is too depressed to get out, I really feel it. And I should make myself get up, but I can't seem to make myself do anything. Everybody said goodnight to Greg. Rue is just smiling. No, just smiling. So I'm not ready to go yet. So if you guys want to continue on, we can. I am in writing mode. I am still. Rue says, I finally got my posturing nails to start moving. I'm trying to decide whether to push this up a bit and get to where I was going with all of this, or drag it out some more. I mean, when I go to write in book form, obviously there's a lot of stuff missing. This is more like, it's almost like an outline without being an outline. I'm telling a story, and it's moving along, but there's a lot of gaps and stuff like that, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to be put in there. But since I'm just doing prompts, I'm not worried too much about them being perfect. Amelia says, I'm awake, spring break today too. Well, that's nice. Yeah, let's see. We're now officially on the 27th. Jubber says, same, spring break, but I have a lot of essays and presentations to prepare for. Well, that kind of sucks. Not much of a spring break if you have to work on it, right? I haven't seen Jen come back. She probably fell asleep. She does that 90% of the time, at least. She might wake up and come back and see we're still here and pop in, or she'll just end up going to bed. Never know. Okay, so I'm going to start another sprint. Thank God the comments have calmed down. Jibber says it's college. What do you expect? This has been one busy night. I mean, wow. There for a while, it was like, wow. I got an idea of what it's like to have a lot of people, even though it really was, I don't think it ever got over 20 at one time. It felt like a lot of people, because I'm not used to it. So it was a little, but I'd rather grow it slowly than super fast and then be overwhelmed completely. Rue, I'm not sure how many more I'll be doing. I mean, technically, I should go to bed, but I'm not tired. So I don't see any reason to go to bed and toss and turn when I could be writing just what I feel like doing right now. I feel like writing. So I am going to be doing several more, at least. And then when I start feeling tired, when, I don't know when, I'll stop. But I'm doing at least 2 more, if not more than that, but at least 2 more. So you can count on 2. That'll take us to 2 o'clock. It may go longer than that, but that'll take us to just about 2 o'clock. Monique says, I think I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for the sprint tonight, Tessa. It's so good to have you back. Thank you for coming, Monique. I'm glad to see you. And thanks for all your support. You've all been wonderful. Have a good night and hope to see you soon. My regular schedule is back. So I'll be sprinting again. I enjoy this. So, and I'm a homebody, so this works out perfectly. I can be with people, but not be with people. You know what I mean? Works out. So good night. No, it's not an hour-long sprint, Claudia. I said I was going to do 2 more, which will take us close to 2 o'clock. And then I'll decide whether I want to go any further. It won't be quite 2 o'clock, obviously. It's not quite. It's going on 2, and they're 25 minutes apiece. So at least 2. And then at 2, depending on how I feel, I might go on further. So I'm going to start us up another sprint. Got the headphones on now, so hopefully I'll hear it this time. I heard this funny noise. I couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, so back to the timer. Reset it for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Didn't write the whole time, left at the beginning. That's okay. You don't have to write. Just came back now. That's fine. This is not something that you have to follow any rules or anything. Just do what you want to do. You can read, you can go away, you can sleep. I mean, it doesn't matter. You were tired the whole time probably because I started writing at 11 a.m. That could do it to you. And ended at like 6 p.m. Yeah, that is a long time. Pretty long time to be putting words on paper. But I'll see you if you're here. Don't worry about it if you're not. If you're tired, go to bed. Good night to anyone who goes to bed while we're sprinting and I don't see you. And, thanks for coming, and you're welcome back anytime. So, see you in 23 minutes. All right. I worked on another piece of the story, and it's a 100-piece flash fiction. It has to be exactly 100 words. It's hard to do, and it has to be, have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Plus, it's being combined with another part of the story. So I'm using this piece for the male's point of view at the moment. Anyhow, that could change. So let's see. How do we do? Looks like Rue's been working since 7 this morning. Wow. Are you in the same time zone as me? Because it's 1:23 here. And that would be a very long day. Camilla said I got a couple paragraphs done. Opening's pretty hard. Yeah. Sometimes that, especially if you're doing the very first, paragraph, they're really hard to set up. Oh, okay, so you're a little bit earlier. Not quite as bad. That's good. Rue said she or he. You know what? I don't even know. They got 312 done, which is pretty good. I got 100. Then I erased almost half of it and got 100. Erased some more. It's not quite 100, or maybe no. I think I'm over now. Now I have to go the other way and trim some off. She. Okay, you're she. Thank you. So now I have to figure out how to trim it or reword it so it still makes sense, but less words. It has to be exactly 100 words. And the story is moving forward. I have to decide whether it's ready to go to the ending. I mean, it's not ready to end yet. I want to do something more to it. I mean, I'm not ready to quit it. It's not at a good spot to quit. So I have to figure out how far to take it. I have to be careful too, because I don't want to go too dark, because these people keep saying, keep it family friendly. So I don't want to go too dark, even though my book will be more dark. When I actually write the story for the book will be a lot darker probably than what I'm writing now, because I've got to keep it family friendly. And I'm trying to figure out which way I want to go with it. Does he like her? Does he want her? Or does he want her dead? Trying to figure that out. He's unsure because he hates women. And he doesn't understand what's happening to him, because he doesn't really want to hurt her. But he sees that as his only option. So, trying to figure out how to handle this. No, she didn't say bawling. She said brawling. She's fighting. She's okay. If I'm reading it right, she's brawling, fighting, not bawling, crying. In her story, yeah. That's what I figured. Yeah, she's okay. Yeah, it happens. It happens. This time you read it wrong rather than it being a typo. And that happens too. I mean, sometimes we read things wrong. I mean, I'm getting to the meat of this particular piece, so it's not going to be much longer. I mean, I don't want to keep dragging it on forever, but I can't end it abruptly either. It has to go on for a little while. So your boys finally got around to punching each other. uh, it's funny. Yeah. And I'm trying to see if my killer's going to kill her or not. Or attempt to. I mean, I'm not planning on it being the end of the story, so I should say attempt to kill her. But he's fighting his feelings though, because he's realizing that instead of hating her as he's hated all women all his life, he actually has feelings for her. And he doesn't know what to do. Doesn't know how to handle. And I have to move the story along from summer. And now there's snow on the ground. So it's winter now. And this is set in a town in New Jersey. So, you know, it's an early snow. Mm. That's the one thing I hate is when I can't make a decision. Because at first, he was definitely going to attempt to kill her. That was his whole idea. You know, he hated women. His mother treated him like crap, and he just hated women. And so, you know, if he got one that got in his way, he'd just do away with her. And then move. One of those people, you know. So he's basically a serial killer. Or he's not. I mean, just because this is the way he talks about, you know. Usually, I made it sound like, you know, the women, when ignored, would stop bothering him, but this girl is not giving up. And then he's finding out that he's really actually liking her, and he doesn't know how to handle it. So he's like, you know, I need to kill her and move on, but he doesn't really want to do that. And I don't think I've kind of got friends involved here, so I think the whole idea was the friends were going to do the killing. So there's a lot of stuff to work out. You have to write a battle with no legs. If you're asking what genre I'm writing in, I'm writing mystery, murder mystery, thrillers. The first one was a case of infidelity that led to murder. And the second one, I don't think is going to be a murder, but it's going to be pretty dark. I don't know if it's going to end up in murder. I haven't decided yet, because I'm naming the series an Angel's Cove mystery. I think that's what I put on. I made titles. I made cover pages for all of them. I think I put on there an Angel's Cove mystery. So it doesn't have to end in a murder. It could be any kind of mystery. So, Amelia wants to know what happened to the legs. La Mia, half snake people. Oh, ooh, interesting. So I gather it's the bottom end of the snake and the head of the human. Half snake people. Trip someone with their tail, swat the Master Sanger says. Swat them with a tail sweep. Amelia says, oh, nice. Tail slapping sounds pretty fun, though. You don't have to limit them to just the parts of the body you're familiar with. Best tip for a fight scene is to use the environment. Snake people. That's got to be difficult to figure out, because you have to figure out how somebody that doesn't have legs would get around, and how they would be able to get up and use their tail, because obviously the tail has to get them up so that they can actually fight. Rue said, yeah, that's the plan. I have to work out the battle mechanics. That's what was taking so long. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I understand. I'm learning a lot too. If they are long body, then you can coil an opponent too. That's a cool idea. Yeah, depending on how long they are. Because there's a lot of snakes that coil around and squeeze the life out of you. Keep catching yourself saying she's standing, have to rewrite it. But yeah, it would be a little awkward. Yeah, he just did that and tossed them. Maybe you could, I don't know, maybe look on YouTube to see if there's any snake fights. So you can actually watch snakes, fighting each other to get the mechanics of how somebody, how a snake would fight. Watch a couple snakes fighting. I'm sure there's probably YouTube videos where you could see something like that. Yeah, and do they have venom or not? Because they're half human. But are they completely half, or do they have parts of the snake in upper and lower body, and human in upper and lower body? Guess you'd have to decide what your snake people look like. Yeah, it's all posturing because he married their princess, so they want him to prove that he's worthy of her. I guess I can understand that. A lot of men have had to prove themselves for the women they want. And sneaky, trying to kill him when he isn't looking. Well, that's pretty sneaky. It is. It was kind of weak. Like he's trying to do it without a fair fight. So it's not even a fair fight. Which doesn't prove anything, really. Doesn't prove to her that he's any better if he's fighting sneakily. That's why I was saying maybe you could find a YouTube video or something on snakes fighting. I don't know how snakes bite, to get an idea. I mean, I've seen snakes raise up on their, tail and charge at something and, try to bite them and use their venom to poison them. Hmm. All right. Did you want to do another sprint? I was planning on doing at least one more. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of a psychological thriller type thing. They coil around each other or roll around a lot. All right. Well, let's start another sprint. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, guys, we're going. I'll see you in 24 minutes. Oops, I went to the wrong screen. It went to timer and then I forgot to turn it off. And I'm like, why is this not going off? Got a little bit further up my story. I've got my thesaurus of emotions out. And I'm trying to create the scene. Whether or not she believes him. That he really wants to go out with her. Because he's been putting her off for so long. Master saying I was just a chat member. Gibberish has to go, but thank you for these sprints. I'm almost done with my book. Hooray! That's great news. I'm glad you're so almost done. Writing the end is so exciting. Good luck. If I don't see you before you finish, have a good night. And you're welcome. Ruru got 348 words. Good going. I got probably 100 and some in this little section. I got 100 for the first section because that would be exactly 100. Now I'm on her point of view, and it's a little bit longer probably than 100. I just wish I knew where I wanted it to go for sure. Not exactly sure. Might have to do some thinking on it. Mary says, I'm doing pretty good feeling it out. It's working so far, though I'm definitely telling more than showing you, but it's at a level I can edit out in a future draft. Exactly. In the beginning, you just have to get the words down. Once you go over and edit it, you can add stuff to it to make it more showing. I'm probably wasting more time doing, well, I want, because I'm doing each piece as a complete story, I kind of have to make sure that they're kind of pretty well done. Not, I can't write them as a, because I'm, they'll be edited later when they go into the book, but right now I'm doing them as prompts on my blog for a story. So I have to make sure they're complete. Yeah, sometimes you just need to write. You're right, Ruru. Sometimes you do. I know when I was in the hospital, I kept saying, oh, God, I wish I could do something. I'm like, I should have put my document in Google Docs, and then I would have been able to work on it while I was in there. I did a little bit of working on putting down notes for this one and where I wanted it kind of to go, whatnot. And I think I've already gone off those plans. I mean, sort of, they're there, but I thought about it and wrote something, but I don't think it's not dead on like an outline, because I'm not really an outliner, but I'm still feeling the story out. But I'm thinking that it's time to start moving this a little bit faster. I really drug it out. I think I need to start moving it along. It's got 26 or so parts to it already. Some of which are short and some of which are longer. And I still have to do all the copy pasting of book 2, and now this one will have to be copy and pasted as well into a document. Right now they're just as prompts with a lot of links. A lot of links. I'm not really sure what I want to do with it. I think I'm going to stop this chat now, broadcast. Not really a chat. I mean, you guys are doing a little bit of chatting, but I think that was my last sprint. I am getting a little tired, which means I need to take my medicine before I fall asleep and forget it. I have a bad habit of falling asleep while I'm taking it. It's a nebulizer, so you're sitting there with the thing in your mouth and you fall asleep and it falls out of your mouth and you don't get the medicine because it all goes into the air. So since I'm starting to feel tired, I think I need to cut this now and get ready for bed because I do have to get up early tomorrow to go to the doctor's. So I thank all of you for coming, and I hope to see you all soon. Tomorrow's sprint is 7 still. It's tomorrow night, Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock. It's tomorrow's, which is scheduled. I don't think I put a announcement in Instagram, but it is scheduled, so it's on YouTube. I may not get it. I may not get it to. Depends on how I feel when I get back from the doctor's. Whether I end up taking a nap or whatever. So good night, you guys. You're welcome for the stream and hope to see you all soon. Good night now.